Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.
I'm giving it to her, okay? I'm giving it to her. I may just give you the month, even though I said only to the 20th. Oh, wait. Let me get my hair together.
Do not start your solo up.
Get my hair together so I can greet. No, I got to greet my king.
God have mercy.
Good morning, Adesoji. How are you, Adesoji?
I'm fine now that you ask. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
That's disrespectful.
I didn't finish yet.
Oh,
you know, Adesoji go first.
I stick with James on that one, yeah.
Wait.
James, shout you out first. I jump over James. And
I don't care. I'm supposed to go to my man first.
James, no worry.
Go to my man first.
James. I got you, James. I got you.
Wait. You didn't let me finish. I had to go to my king first. That's just respect, right? Y'all already know.
It's 2025. You can have more than one king.
Yeah, you didn't give me a. I was just getting ready to say.
Right, James, back off. James, back off. I hear what Jah have to say.
I was just getting ready to say good morning, CIT family. Good morning, James. Good morning, Mr. Days After Dark. Good morning, everybody else. Okay. But I have to greet my king first. That's just the way it is. I'm sorry. That's respect. Okay. And happy birthday month again, Solo.
No, please don't draw or Solo.
Other soldier, let's take this outside. The last man standing.
I will have one of my courtiers deal with it.
James, 10 for other soldier. I hope we get the next dozen. I played the wrong song. I closed out with the wrong song. Jah, look on your cars now, my camp. Look at the commotion and the chaos that you are causing in Camp CIT. Jah, turn off the camera.
It's just to show the power of women. We have power. We have to learn how to use it, right? That's all.
There is no commotion. The others are just pretenders to the throne. So,
James, I will tell you off air. Why them not? You know, me tell you off here what the deal is. But it's so we stick together, James. We stick together.
Really moment. James has a whole wife, okay? James has a whole wife.
But James not blind.
Adesoji and I are single. So I always
ready to mingle.
Right? Exactly. Happy birthday month. Happy birthday month.
So all the time when you quiet other soldier because he's with someone in the background, what was that all about?
Oh, what?
Talking about.
Don't throw spanners in the works.
Order in the court. Order in the court. Jack, you caused this. Niece, Jack caused the problem this morning. Niece, Ja caused the problem. She come out with her melanin glowing, head wrap up and all these things. Have the man them in a one piece of bag of fusion. Yeah.
Yeah. Cover up your shoulder, please, because you cause problem.
You're fine the way you are, my queen.
Come true, Sola. Come true because I need help.
Good morning. What I missed? I had a morning call. Morning, everyone.
Listen,
Happy
Sola.
Let me come on. Hold on. It's hold on. Take my break and I can come on camera with job. Thank you. Happy birthday month to me.
Happy birthday month, Rosolo.
Okay, sit on me.
Prepared to be sick of Rosola. I'm already sick of her. I was on the phone with her when the
Yep.
clock struck 12 this morning,
Yep.
and I am literally sick of her already. And yes, I can tell Rosola I'm sick of her. She my cousin. I am sick of her.
That's
Come
fine.
on.
You know I deserve this celebration. John knows I deserve to celebrate this year. I had a challenging 2024. And I feel blessed, even if I only have $30 in my account. I thank you, God, bills are paid. Listen, I am celebrating from now to May 31st. Who don't like me will pass me.
And I'm president of the club of Don't Like Rosola for the month of May.
Speak for yourself, Americans.
Thank you so Shoji. I am celebrating life more than I've ever celebrated life any year before. Miss Sarah, me nah worry about nothing.
Me not like her. I love her, so it's all good.
Woo, it's my birthday month.
Is this supposed to be coffee into a world news on the go? Or
You know,
what?
start the news yet. Hold
We're
on,
not
let me
start the news that I just shut off the set with confess me with something.
It's your fault because you went like a half an hour past.
Yeah, I did a full 45 minutes.
AT texted me like, where y'all at? Where y'all at?
I started the set at 9:16 to be exact. And
Hello.
then I got a couple text messages. Can I go beyond? Me say, you know, after the girl not answer to nobody. Dolly don't answer to nobody.
Nobody. A
Dolly,
Dolly show with that. Dolly show. A Dolly show. Yeah. A Dolly show. Dolly can do whatever she wants to do. Thank you, James. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, man, Rosolo.
Thank you, James. Go ahead, flirt with David. Go ahead.
On the wicked doing why do you want to have to turn on the camera?
Because my birthday month. Hey, and I'm on break.
It's going to be hard to get through the show when I distract
No,
you.
my camera is not staying on. You can listen, watch the glow of Javed.
Either.
Yeah, no, it's the glow of Javed. You can watch that all night, all day because I'm not going to stay on camera. You have me for about 2 more seconds. Oh.
I'm going away now. I'm going to get my teapot.
yes, please, so we can have some order in the court.
Yeah, you're distracting people with all that.
And the soldier said chocolate and caramel.
Hey, thank you.
Listen,
Exactly.
I don't mean to brag. I don't mean to brag, boast, and show off, but I gotta do this. For my non-melanated people, I'm so sorry, but the beauty about melanated people, we come in all shades.
Yeah.
So many flavors. We have more flavors than Baskin Robbins. Okay.
How many shades moments? 50?
We have more than 50 shades of gray. We come in all shades. So there is something for everyone, you know? Yeah, something for everyone, you know, in the melanated community. I'm gonna have to say, probably that's why we're hated. What can I say? But now hear your Rosola, you might mute.
You know that is the truth. Wait, I gotta come back on.
50.
You know that's the truth.
That part. We're all over 50. Let's get that right. Get that together. Understand. Yes.
Okay. Y'all see this skin popping? Y'all see this? Y'all see this skin popping? All right.
Yes. Oh,
yes.
by the way, talk about skin popping. Y'all better head on over to Laura Mel's Skin Food.
Skin food, lady.
Exactly, because I put on some of her glow thing after I showered this morning. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Okay.
Tasha, where is
I
Tasha?
did.
Lord have mercy.
Skin soft like baby box on.
Okay. I got her lock oil in my hair. Yes, yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Ja, real quick before you go. So this morning, I called Rosolo as I was instructed to do. My alarm went off at 6:30. I got up, put on my gym clothes. I'm babysitting a dog. It's not my job to babysit the dog, but I have to babysit the dog because my son has dumped the babysitting responsibility on me, his friend's dog. So anyway, I called Rosolo at 6:37. When I walked out the door, I did 4 laps around the neighborhood.
We did our morning walk.
Rosolo did her 2 laps around her neighborhood.
Okay. Miles, 2.5.
So wait, nobody told me about this.
So not to worry. We're going out again this evening on the walk.
We'll call you.
And tomorrow morning, if you want, but 6 o'clock or 6:30, our time is 5:30. Your time. I use a girl who don't sleep.
It's dark outside.
I mean, I was up that time this morning too, so.
She don't have to go outside, Rosolo. She can go up on her.
I have a treadmill.
Yeah, she can go up on her treadmill.
Oh, she have a treadmill. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
And I still just look at it sometimes, you know.
It's the beach, right? Like it's a fixture.
No problem. So we'll call you at 6:45 when I out the door. And the reason I left a little later this 6:37. Let's say 6:45. I'll call you. No, Ro, it was 6:47 when I
It
called.
was 6:47 when you
6:47,
called.
right? And the reason I got out later was because Ginger gave me a hard time to put on her harness. She thought it was playtime.
Wait, let me get my teapot.
Yeah. So tomorrow morning, anybody else want to join us? We'll be happy to have you. We do what 45 minutes roughly because
It was 45 minutes.
of walking this morning.
Yeah, 'cause normally I do it at lunch, but as soon as we hung up, it started drizzling. So remember, I was gonna do 3 miles. I only could do the 2.5. I had to run back in the house because it started, and it's overcast now. Hopefully it doesn't. But if it rains, I'll just go in the gym and I'll do it from the gym.
And Queen, let me just correct you, okay? Because if the babysitting responsibility was supposed to be your son, you should have got your son up. Don't say he left you with that responsibility. You took it upon yourself.
No, I didn't.
This is what us Black women do. You took that upon yourself.
So let me tell you how it
just
started. Yesterday, Ada Soldier. What baby self Ada Soldier? Look at Ada Soldier put it.
Yeah, I cycle at the gym at a soldier. It is fun. I never knew how hard it was to cycle because I used to do the treadmill and the elliptical. And I started doing cycling. When you cycle, you feel it everywhere. You feel it everywhere. So I do cycling now.
So yesterday, Emily drops off Ginger to my son, and I go out and I'm like, hey, Ginger. And then my son comes downstairs, hugs me up. I'm like, where you going? Oh, I'm going to the mall. He's going to the mall with his girlfriend. So I'm like, who watching Ginger? You.
And so it is.
So it is.
So it is.
This morning when I came downstairs, he's passed out on the sofa. Ginger's sleeping on top of him. She see me, she jumped down. I'm like, okay, let's go, girl. Let's go. But then she do her mad dashes and things. So anyway, she's good company. She's a brisk walker.
This one.
Yes, that's good motivation, actually. Walking with a pet.
Yeah.
Who wants her?
Bring her home.
I'm bringing her to Miami. All right, good job. Bye. You're going to Miami.
Yes, folks. So we got our exercising yesterday. Got exercising this morning. Niece said she's in. Okay, Niece.
Okay, we'll call you. I'm coming off camera.
Yeah. So we'll get you in, Niece. Anybody else who wants to do the morning walk, 45 minutes with us. You don't have to do a walk. You can go in your gym. You can, if you have a treadmill at home, elliptical machine at home, get on that. But we're moving. We have to move. No, we're not hearing you. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Adesoji said cycling for me with a firm buttocks. Is that your buttocks, Adesoji, or ours? I just, inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah, I hate it here. I really do. Why don't we behave? Father help us. Oh, God.
This is a phone call, niece. I don't think this is TikTok. I think we'll be just on the phone together. right? It's just on the phone together, right? Not TikTok.
On the phone, yeah. On the phone,
Okay.
we'll get to it. So what I'll do, because I have niece on WhatsApp, so I'll probably do the on WhatsApp.
Okay.
I'll do the WhatsApp call there, and we go what we do, whatever movement. We just got to be moving. As we're getting older, remember, and Dr. Sharon advises of this too, especially for us women, but for everyone. Um, Once you hit the age of 30, you start to lose muscle mass, right? You start to lose muscle mass at the rate of 3% per year. Imagine that. So we have to do what we can to sustain ourselves. And also, our movement is good for our hearts, our cardiovascular system. We have to get the circulation going, right? It's important. So we are committed to being healthier. Baby steps. Push it. You don't push yourselves too hard if you can't. Take it. Start off slow. If you can only do 10 minutes, you do the 10 minutes and be proud about the 10 minutes. And then the next time you up it back, you add another 5 minutes. You keep adding. And before you know it, you can do an hour, 2 hours, and it's like nothing. So, and also find what you love. Find what you love. I'm not a treadmill person. I think for me, treadmill is madness, right? If I'm walking, I need to be going somewhere. I can't do the treadmill, but a lot of people can do it, and I have mad respect for that. I'm more. I'll go outside and walk. My number one preference is dancing. That's my number one preference. That's my go-to. I used to do a lot of Zumba and then do weights afterwards. But but we have to get better at taking care of ourselves physically and mentally and emotionally. Right? Hey, Dr. Riel, how you doing? Long time no see. Right? And as Oji said, it needs to be something that you will do regardless of weather. Yes. So I'm proud. I'm going to give ourselves a round of applause. Right? And tonight again, if anybody wants to join in this evening, at about 6 o'clock.
6 Eastern. Yeah.
6 Eastern.
Yeah.
I'm going to do another couple laps. Have a brownie. Adesoji, you're in timeout. You are in total timeout.
Oh, wait. Let me say hi to Dr. Rael. Let him see my face. He hasn't seen me in a minute.
Lord have mercy. John, what are you doing?
Hey, Dr. R. Wagwan. How you doing?
John is causing commotion and the people that can't.
Why am I mute?
I don't know why you mute. You have the red bar, I'll tell you that. You have the red bar. Adesoji. I have nothing to say, Adesoji. I have nothing to say. James, I have nothing to say. It is what it is. I feel y'all pain right now. But when we're done, we're gonna have our dolly bodies.
You know what make them aggy? I show me a dolly. Tell a gal fi go away. Shut all you want, but you can't.
Yes, when we're done, we're gonna have our dolly bodies.
Wait, are you on YouTube yet?
I am.
Oh, okay.
That's why I have to cut it real quick. I have to cut it real quick. Not as though I'm monetized on YouTube, so then I have nothing to take. Zero, nothing from nothing leaves nothing, right? So I guess I'll just lap it up at that point. But yeah, so we're gonna have a dolly body when we're done naturally.
Woman's dolly body is nothing to play around with.
That's one coming up, Rosolo. Thank you for the reminder. I have that one. All right, folks, let's go ahead and get the show on the road. Hold on 1 second. Let me do this. And then I'll do that. I need to go to here to get the show going. Let's go. 20 minutes after 10 Eastern time. We are almost an hour behind schedule. It's all good. We are having fun. We built a vibe this morning to some old school dance hall music. All good. So why should I apologize if it makes you feel good, right? All right, folks, it is Thursday, May 1st, start of a new month. Yeah, just like that. It's May. Thank you so much for joining me for Coffee in Tow, World News The Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world, always great conversation and music. Coffee in Tow streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on QMCRadio.com for quality music volume and play. JohnORadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and BadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. Coffee and Joe also streams live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Please remember to subscribe. And I gotta say, welcome to my studio audience, courtesy of TikTok. We do not stop. Coffee and Joe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to Lormel Skin Food, Laurmel, Lormel Skin Food for a natural for you. And also brought to you in part by GrandCoffeehouse.com. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Shop today. Use the code CoffeeInto20 at checkout to get 20% off all your coffee products at www.grandcoffeehouse.com. All right. We got our business out of the way, and now it is time for us to get the show on the road. As always, we kick it off in the Caribbean portion. Thank you for the rose, Dr. Rial. All right, folks, what are going on in the people them streets? What's going on? Okay, first order of business. We're starting off in the Caribbean. Yeah, as always. Generally speaking, Caribbean faces critical health worker shortage, according to PAHO. This article comes to us courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. The Caribbean is among the regions most affected by a widening shortage of health workers. This is according to a new report from the Pan American Health Organization. The report, The Health Workforce in the Americas, Regional Data and Indicators, reveals that 14 out of 39 countries in the Americas, including several in the Caribbean, do not meet the World Health Organization's minimum threshold of 44.5 health professionals per 10,000 people. Haiti, with only 6.38 health workers per 10,000 population, is at the bottom of the regional scale. Jamaica, Belize, St. Lucia, Dominican Republic, and St. Kitts and Nevis also fall below the WHO benchmark of 44.5. These figures reflect deep structural inequalities that, if left unaddressed, could severely compromise access to essential health services. Anybody want to start before me? Because it's a twofold situation here, a double-edged sword that's happening across the region. There's an answer for it. Number one. Go ahead, Ahmed James. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say no, it makes sense. Like I never really thought of it in that way. Like the equation of nurses or healthcare workers per the population. But it makes sense now that the wait times are so long in Jamaica. And one of the things I think the government need to do, if they're really interested, is, they have billions of dollars that they need to spend, fast track or pay for people that want to go into medical school, and come to some agreement. Either you pay the full tuition, let them reimburse you half if they're willing to stay and work in Jamaica for like say 10 years, or you just pay for everything if they decide that, look, we're not going to go overseas to work. And I think because for them to be looking for nurses in the Philippines and stuff now, it's going to cost them money in terms of administrative money to go on and to find these people and to house them and stuff like that. So I think it would be money well spent if they do that. And if the nurses or doctors choose to go overseas, then they pay back the government. I think that's something they need to look into.
So they do have a program, James, where once you're in the system, once you're working in the medical field, for nurses, I know for a fact, they do have programs where you're able to upskill, and you pay it back. They give you a period of time within which to pay. If you decide to leave and say migrate, then you have to, the repayment is fast track, so to speak. But they do have the programs where you're able to further your education, qualify yourself even more. But the number one issue which you raised is pay. The pay. It's not satisfactory for the amount of work. I'm not telling a lie. We understand the attitude problem that we have within the healthcare sector, especially for public servants, those who work with the public health system. We understand. But the people are disgruntled. They are disrespected. How? By how they're compensated and what is required of them. The infrastructure within which they have to operate. It's not the best. And for far too long, the outcry from the citizens of the country, from the healthcare workers, goes ignored. And I'm not just speaking specific to Jamaica, I'm talking across the entire region. Why is it that governments are not prepared, or I shouldn't say not prepared, but they are reluctant to invest in healthcare infrastructure? Was it a couple of weeks ago, James, that Dr. Dawes spoke about the condition of the hospital? I don't remember which one in Jamaica, with the mold growing in the hospital. But yet we have the money to increase salaries by 200 to 300% for members of parliament. Yet whenever there are negotiations, they're dragged out. Doctors and nurses within the public healthcare sector are constantly butting heads with the government. So while the government is going to wear blue to back the police in support of the Jamaica Constabulary Force to show their ardent support for them, how about them wear white and show support for the medical professionals? But wearing white, I guess, Adesoji, you'd say it's performative. We don't want that. We want true and effective change within the healthcare sector. That is what we need. And best believe, it's not just across the Caribbean. It's right here in the US as well. There's a problem that is permeating within certain sectors. Professionals that are needed. Now, the other edge of the sword, besides the lack of pay or lack of reasonable pay, is the fact that first world countries, developed countries, put together these beautiful marketing plans and lure our professionals away. And I can't tell them, don't go, because everybody looking out for them bread and butter. Everybody looking out for them bread and butter. So now that Jamaica, Belize, St. Lucia, the Dominican Republic, St. Kitts and Nevis, along with Haiti, now that you have this report, what do you plan to do? And Jamaica, there, you all know, tourists have complained. We had some recent incidents at the airport in Montego Bay at the Norman Manley International Airport. I'm sorry, Donald Sangster International Airport, Norman Manley's Kingston. Donald Sangster International Airport. We had some issues there. Lack of resources, lack of infrastructure. And had that man not succumbed to his injuries in the airport, there would not have been a call to action. We need to move away from being reactive and be more proactive. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon. Good morning.
Good morning. How is everyone doing?
We're doing well, thank you. We're hydrated.
Good. We're hydrated and so I don't know. It just seems as though medical personnel professionals are abused across the spectrum worldwide. I don't get it. I actually don't get it. So I just think that if they want, especially like in Jamaica, it's the very same thing in Antigua also, we have a shortage of physicians, but they're not well compensated at all. And I mean, you tend to have a choice. You can stay working with the government and in the public sector, or choose like a private practice or doing something else. But it just seems that we are abused no matter where we are. And I'm trying to figure out why. Is it that people think that we're just supposed to serve the public and take whatever is thrown to us, just take whatever is given to us because this is healthcare? I mean, right, if someone was running a business, let's say a retail store, that's not what they get. That's not the treatment they get. So why are we supposed to be subjected to that? And then on the other hand, if you ask to be fairly compensated, they call you greedy. Yes, yeah. You guys are greedy. Y'all in it they only here for the money, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Yeah. But it just seems to be, across the globe that we're just not treated, freely. I used to give my time freely to the hospital, even though I was in private practice. And I was on, I don't know how many daggone committees, just doing so many different things. And it's just, I gave my time freely just because I wanted to make sure like the patients were taken care of when they came in. And then at times I just feel like the hospital itself didn't look out for us. So at the end of the pandemic, I stopped. I came off of every single committee. I'm like, I'm just gonna be, thinking about myself. I used to get up in the middle of the night and go in and run the emergency drills. I was on for at least 10 years. I was on multiple different committees, giving up my time until I said, no, not anymore. Yeah. But, yeah, but it seems to be just all over. But anyway.
The disrespect.
It is. It is. It is disrespectful. It is disrespectful. Yeah. And I'll give you another perfect example. This happens here in one of the places I cover. So with one of the practices I cover, they had a partner who went on vacation and had an accident unalived on vacation. So now you have to cover all his patient, absorb all the extra calls, take care of all the extra patients on top of your patients. And the hospital offered them compensation for each additional call they take at $35 an hour for every hour they're on a call. I'm like, nurses make more than $35 an hour.
I was about to say that.
So they refused. And I get it. I would too. Then they had to bring someone like me to cover those calls, which cost them way more money than $35 an hour. Or even if they had actually adequately compensated the physicians, then they would not have to bring me in. That cost them more than if they had compensated their physicians adequately. It doesn't even make sense. I know.
I'm glad you raised that point because I always ask the question, why is it that as a travel nurse or a travel medical professional, even if you're a travel social worker that works within the hospital network system, you can get 3 times the pay than if you were just associated with one location. Can you imagine? You can travel, go to a location for 6 months and make 3 times the pay than if you were to stay in your hometown and sign on with a hospital. That makes sense.
Mhm.
And I
Yep.
said that the people crunching the numbers. Now stop and
It,
say,
it doesn't
hold
make
on.
sense.
The extra pay what I'm going to give this person. Number one, you bring them in from another state, another city. You have to pay for them residence, wherever you have them staying, right? Or you give them a little
Mhm.
bonus, what you call
Yep.
a
My
relocation bonus.
transportation, all my flight, everything they pay for. I don't pay for
Okay,
nothing.
all right. But yet, no, I will be,
And then I'm at a premium.
and then I will be your I will be I'll be an OBGYN just like you, working in this hospital A. I go to my boss and I say, okay, listen, I've been here for 3 years, blah, 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 blah. This is why I need an increase and I think I'm well deserving of. You tell me no, me get up and say, okay, well, I'm going to leave, but you will call in Dr. Sharon to cover the deficit and pay her 3 times the salary.
Meanwhile, you have to understand that these physicians generate the hospital millions of dollars a year, right? So if you have a physician, like a busy physician who may generate maybe even 1.5 to 2.5 million dollars a year for the hospital, and then the hospital will pay them maybe 250, 300K out of that. And even if the next year you generate $10 million for the hospital, you will never get above that at all, especially in the not-for-profit organizations. And people will say, "Oh well, you're still in the upper 1% of earnings in this country, but you're making the money for the hospital. You are breaking your back for the hospital. You're keeping their patients safe, right? You are taking care of patients and working hard to keep them safe and reduce any kind of bad outcome."
You're helping to mitigate liabilities.
Exactly.
Morning.
Hey, morning, everyone. If I can compliment what is being said, I mean, I'm not going to say that this is exactly what is happening, but as being in the position who created the budget for an organization, I can say this to you that I've created layers of budget compensation for persons. So you have permanent staff, temporary staff, casual, janitors, and there are layers. And in the event that you have to create a contract worker, there's a different rate for that person also, with the understanding that this person is a 1-shot or a 2-shot for a few months, a few weeks, whatever it is. So the rate is different. The thing is that when you have this budget locked in and you present this to your owner or your financial controller, when you have to go outside of your permanent staff salary, there is repercussions to it. So then what they may do is then hire you as under the title of casual, or they may hire you under the title of contract, just to avoid the penalties of going outside what is budgeted. Yeah. So if you look at how government operates as well, a lot of times things are just so easy. Why don't you just pull it from the budget? No, because it wasn't budgeted for under that title. So then they have to go into other budgets and find a similar title and work with it under that role. So I don't know how I don't know how the hospital budget is set up, but like I said, being at the helm of creating a budget and having to comply with that budget, I can only assume that maybe they're under that kind of restrictions in what they do and how they do because of the penalties that they're trying to avoid.
Niece.
Hey, I don't think it makes sense, I'm saying, having been in that shoes.
As a layperson, I think that Who sing that song? That
So
song?
let me just say something. It's not just a budget thing. It is for not like a not-for-profit organization cannot pay a physician above certain the 99 percentile, no matter how much you bring to the hospital. No matter how much, even if you make them $20 million, and the 99 percentile is $300,000, you can break your back, do cartwheels, backflips. You're not getting above any of that. So the CEO will go home with his buy 5 gold teeth, 3 Maserati, 2 Ferrari, a $3 million house,
Talk about it.
right? Which is true.
We know.
And you will break your back for the hospital, but you're limited to what they'll pay you. And everyone will say, well, shut up, you're still making money. Well, okay, but you're breaking your back.
Mm-hmm.
And don't exceed milestones.
I used to love your student loans. There are some doctors with a $500,000 student loan ticket.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, Dr. Sharon, let's just let them know that don't think that because somebody graduate med school today, they're making $300,000 tomorrow. There are many doctors who are making less than nurses.
Well, okay, as a resident, when you're in training, it is considered quote unquote stipend. So it's not a whole lot of money. And even when, I think one time we calculated, because we're working 100 hours or 100 hours a week. We calculated too, but like $5 an hour we're making. I'm like, those people are ridiculous. We just had to laugh. But yeah, you work hard. I mean, and I understand, and I know this is what I signed up for, and I didn't go into OB with rose-colored glasses and thinking that was going to be something different than what I signed up for. I knew what I signed up for, right? But the problem is that medicine has changed so much over the years for the worse. And if you notice, I don't come on platforms and complain. I don't talk about it. Because we don't get any sympathy from the public, because everyone seems to say, oh, y'all still in the 1 percentile. I'm not okay. I'll just do what works for me. I close my private practice, work 2 weeks a month, make 2 to 3 times what I was making without breaking a sweat. So I did what worked for me. I'm not complaining because nobody really cares about us. And that's how I feel. And it's the truth.
You're right.
Anyway, I digress.
No, you're right. It needs to be heard. And people need to respect medical professionals, especially those professionals who go above and beyond, who are in it because they truly care. This is what they have been called to do. Go ahead, niece.
I was going to say...
the budget.
I was going to say, listen, you see these people who are managing this budget, if you stick within their budget, they get a bonus.
Yeah.
I promise you that. But compliment what Dr. Sharon was saying. One thing somebody said to me since I came here, make sure you study your job description and you stay within your job description. And if they ask you for anything else outside of that, sure, no problem. Here's my consulting company. Give me a contract and my consulting company will supply the services.
Say that again for me so people can understand the importance of not going above and beyond without compensation. Because the minute you do that, the minute you make yourself available, they're going to take advantage of you. Go ahead.
That doesn't work for physicians. It does not work for us. Maybe in the private sector, yes, but even like an employed physician, that doesn't work, right? And yet still, we have done, it's all these committees that I've been on. With the credentialing committee, I chaired the infectious control committee, I was on the medical executive committee, PIP, I ran their emergency drill. And I did this for years, probably from maybe 2 years in, from maybe 2011 up to 2021. And not uncompensated. And I did not want compensation. That's not what I did it for. I did it because to me, this was one way of helping, one way of giving back, one way of making sure patients came in and my patients were taken care of, patients generally were taken care of. Because if we have an emergency, I need you to know what to do. I don't need you to second guess. I need you to know this patient is hemorrhaging. I need you to run for the blood. I need you to know how to to activate the massive transfusion protocol. I need you to know what to do when I'm having a shoulder dystocia. I need you to know what to do when my patient is crashing. That is why I did it. Right? But we go above and beyond all the time. And now physicians are saying no. We're not taking any extra calls. I used to. Extra this, extra that. And I think it became the point that because we did and we always said yes, we were abused.
Yeah.
We were abused. And Dr. Keisha's on stage. She can attest and let you know if I'm talking nonsense.
No, you don't. I know it.
See, what Dr. Sharon is saying, it now makes sense to me why the Jamaican doctors do the things that they do, where they do like an hour, 3 hours at the hospital, and then they go to their private practice. It's probably because of, them knowing that, hey, if they stay there for 8 hours, they make $10, but if they go to their private practice for 3 hours, they make $100. So that's probably why they do their time between both areas. I thought it was something to do with their education stipulation or loan stipulation or whatever it was. But what she's saying makes sense. It kind of justifies why they do what they do.
And that is why so many of them aim to get into private practice in Jamaica. Listen.
I mean, at the end of the day, go ahead, Dr. Keisha. I thought she was coming off her mic.
In the lab. Dr. Keisha, you can hear us? Go ahead.
Yes, I am in the lab, but
See, I know your business.
listen, I may be here longer than needed because there is a doctor that is not, the doctor that's taking over is not trying to sign the contract. Because now the hospital, they trying to, listen, this CEO, the amount they make and the amount they pass on to the doctors, and a lab cannot run without a pathologist, and they don't have a medical director because y'all don't want to pay the medical director. He's leaving private practice to come work directly for the hospital. And they're like, he won't sign the contract. And to me, I'm thinking, okay, good, he won't sign it. He's finally realizing it's not right. So why don't y'all make it right? Or you're going to be paying for locums to come constantly. Attorneys go through 3 years, and then once they pass, they're out practicing to some facet, to some degree. And if you ask them to do a consultation, see how much it is per hour. Some are $500 to $1,000 per hour. Why is it that I went to 4 years of medical school, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years of residency and a fellowship? Because I did a 5-year residency and then a cytopathology resident, 6 years post-medical school. And I even graduated in 3 years from college. Why is it that me trying to get an hourly wage, a third of an attorney, is an issue? Or that we trying to, it is crazy. I think because it is patient care, I completely understand patient care should be patient care and that is our duty. That doesn't mean we should not be comfortable. Because we see celebrities getting millions of dollars, and to be honest, they don't do half of what we do. They don't. Yes, they make you happy watching them run down the field with the ball, but when your mom is on the table or you're waiting for a diagnosis,
you're saving lives.
Yeah, this new generation sees everyone on TikTok making money, so they're even less apt to go into these fields unless they truly love it.
I mean, not to make a joke of the situation, Dr. Keisha, but there's a nurse. She left nursing because she was copping $300,000 a month on OnlyFans. She said, "Why would I go back to nursing?"
I need to. Can I show my feet? What? I need an old.
I ain't going to old. We're not going. Dr. Shannon and I are not going to OnlyFans.
No, you're not.
I'm going to OnlyFans. Well, can I show a toe? Well, tell me what.
Oh, that's another thing. Yeah, now that's happening too because actually there's a bill that's about to be passed where they're allowing mid-levels to practice without clinicians. Why? Then why do this?
You're
What
disrespecting
you guys are
doctors.
going to see is you're going to see less people wanting to go into medicine.
And it
They're going
happens
to
in
want the easy
Jamaica
way
too.
out.
It happens in Jamaica too, Dr. Keisha. There are nurses, and I know this firsthand, that make more than doctors in Jamaica within the public healthcare sector. There are nurses doing the jobs of doctors within the public healthcare sector. Governments across the region, across the world, do better as it relates to public healthcare workers, your doctors, your nurses, your CNAs, whatever level they work at.
Ooh, at the Sochi said doctor's feet is a thing. Ooh, let me find out.
Sit your ass down, Dr. Sharon. Dr. Keisha, check her. Please check her. I should shut my mouth with the $300,000 a month.
Now we could do some crazy. Let's just do some crazy TikTok. Like I've seen some people just do some stuff that I think is out of thing just to get likes out on here. But you know, those of us that have decency and morals,
We might joke around and all that, but we're not doing it. You know, but so this is a call to action. We need the governments across the region. Haiti, how on earth can you have call it 6.38, 6 health workers per 10,000 people? What can go so? Jamaica, Belize, St. Lucia, DR, St. Kitts and Nevis, you are falling below the 44.5 threshold of health professionals per 10,000 people. Nobody's wanting the title of doctor anymore because they're recognizing that they're not fairly compensated. Nobody wants the title of nurse anymore because they're overworked, burnt out, and underpaid and disrespected. You're not even giving them reasonable conditions within which to work. They lack tools, they lack all sorts of things. You're busy downgrading hospitals in Jamaica. Yes, there are some hospitals that are being downgraded to health centers. To move a patient from point A to point B, from Alexandra Hospital in Alexandra St. Anne to St. Anne's Bay Hospital if there is a high risk issue, if there's a critical issue, sometimes it's detrimental. Come on, man. Come on. And it is a slap in the face, Ozzy, having RFK in the position. It is a slap in the face. That's Adesoji's doctor, RFK. Adesoji, when last you checked in with him? How is he doing?
I'm gonna do that. There isn't bad anywhere.
So who advocates for the doctors in this country?
Can I ask the doctor the question?
Sure.
Wait. That's gonna cost you.
For real though, right? Now, I'm not knocking anything that you do because I love when someone finds their passion. But all the years that you put into learning your profession from college until maybe the 4 to 6 years that come afterwards, I'm asking, is that knowledge really necessary? And
Yeah.
I think that's what deters some people from going to medical school as well.
Well, that's a great question, Job. But you know what it is? It's like a mechanic. There are people that go and learn about the parts of the car, where they came from, all of that. And then you can say, this is how you put this in. If you don't, and we're seeing that, you guys, there's a group that literally is on patient protection. And if you don't learn all of that, what's missing is when you get into complex cases or into emergency situations, you can't truly understand. And this is where we're looking at the number of errors and things that are being made when it's not done, yes, errors are also made by physicians, but the rate at which they were made and the careless errors and the basic things that we've learned that are missing. You can't just cover something up by doing a quick training when it comes to medicine. All of that stuff we learned at some point comes back now and we understand. I will not discredit the medical education and say, now there are other things that should be added, competence, cultural competence, all of that business. But the things that we learn and the steps to it foster something. I also think as you go through each level in college, and by the way, now you can be, a nurse practitioner without even going through 4 years, which I know a few that are now nurse practitioners, and they just did community college for a couple of years. When you skip all of that stuff, you are losing, I think through each year, right? I think there was a maturity that I learned. I learned how to speak to people. I learned how to gather information. And I think those are skills that are missing now, and critical thinking is missing. And now it's more of an entitlement issue. And with entitlement, unfortunately, comes responsibility. If somebody in this lab were to make a mistake, and I was actually the medical director, I would lose my job. And I don't think sometimes when people are doing these quick ways don't understand that ramifications. And therefore, yes, should you put in the hours? Should you do all that training and education? Yeah, because there's a lot of things that can be missed. And I see that now. I even see that with residents that are not going through or doing all of the cases, maybe an autopsy, or seeing all the stuff that comes through surgery and pathology residency. And then when they get out, if they don't have techs, they don't know how to do what the techs do. If a complex case comes, they've never seen that before because they never worked that up on their own. So the quick training is all nice and good because you have an oversight, and the implication, the original intentions of doing training for mid-levels was because they were still under sight by someone that was going to oversee it. If you take that whole bottom level out, a lot of issues are going to arise. And I don't think we need to start saying, let's skimp on education and fast track it. For what?
Thank you for answering that. And again, like I said, it wasn't to put any type of light on all the education that you have, but now that we see them taking away scholarships, right, in all of these medical schools and schools that really, most of our doctors, and I'm going to say as a Black person, most of us go to medical school on those scholarships that will help family members, all the extra things that help you get through that. Now that that's going to be taken away, we may even have less of doctors that look like us. And that's a scary thing. And like you said, you have nurse practitioners now, I'm not going to say taking a shortcut, but somewhere along the line, someone says, okay, to be a nurse practitioner, you don't need 8 years anymore. You only need 2. But like you said, the training that you would have if you go through those further years is now being missed. So it's going to be, unfortunately, maybe more people being hurt, misdiagnosed. They already misdiagnose us just because. So thank you for answering that.
So can I give you, can I give an example of a, well, I'm not going to say misdiagnosis, but it's not critical thinking, right? I had a patient who came, well, actually, a patient came to me with a paper for me to sign. And I looked at them, and she had her ankles banded. I'm like, oh, what is this for? She's like, she need me to sign off of her getting a CT scan for her foot. I said, for what? Remember, mind you, she's pregnant, right? Can't remember how many weeks, but she's pregnant. I'm like, for what? For my foot. I'm like, what happened? Well, I think I might have sprained my, okay, tell me exactly what happened. She was on a stool. She stepped down and rolled her ankle. I mean, did something pop? No. Who examined you? A nurse practitioner. You mean okay, it might be reasonable to say, well, get an x-ray. Did she send you to an orthopedic, a foot specialist? No, but you're sending her to me to sign off on a CT scan for a rolled ankle. Somebody please tell me, where is the critical thinking? So you're going to expose this patient and her baby to radiation for a rolled ankle without any clinical indication.
And sorry if I said misdiagnosed.
No, you can't. No, you are correct. That is a correct term to use under certain instances, because we've seen that.
Yes.
Right? But this was a misdiagnosis. This was lack of critical thinking and lack of using your resources, because this person had a sprained ankle that needed some Band-Aid, an ACE bandage, and maybe some not ibuprofen, some Tylenol. But you want me to sign off on a CAT scan to, do you know how hard it is, and the implication for me to get a patient a CAT scan in pregnancy? It means you have to be really seriously ill, and I got to weigh the risk and benefit, because I'm radiating you and I'm radiating your baby. Right? So, and I'll give you a perfect instance where that came, when I did that, patient came in with just this intractable abdominal pain, ultrasound, nothing, baby looks good, and they're like, well, MRI did show some nodules. MRI shows some nodules. Then they suggested a CAT scan for better diagnosis. With CAT scan, what she had? She had ovarian cancer. Pregnant, 32 weeks, ovarian cancer. But she just had this intractable pain and was admitted for over 3-4 days, where we're just trying to figure out, why the hell are you having this kind of pain? Instances like that, right? Because now we needed a diagnosis. We'd figure out what the heck is going on. So we ended up having to do a CAT scan, and she had ovarian cancer. So now we got to do this whole big planning of delivery, a huge debulking surgery with the GYN oncologist, So that's serious when you are putting a mom and her baby and subjecting them to radiation. What's the matter with you? Why are you harassing me in the morning? That's Joel I'm talking to.
I know. And Dr. Sharon, you know how also through residency, what did you guys do? You also, when you're in surgery, you would rotate or come down to the lab. That is not happening if you're not going through a medical tract, an MD tract. And what has happened is I have called in things. First of all, I've had things ordered where I'm like, why is this being ordered? Y'all, money is patient care, and ordering unnecessary tests. But calling and not being able to speak to the doctor and rendering a diagnosis of a tumor, and then them asking me, is this benign or malignant? What is this? And basic things. You can't get that when you fast track. You can't. My sister was called about her diagnosis, and they read it to her. The doctor wasn't available and said, yeah, this is benign. You have nothing to worry about. Y'all, it was cancer. I said, first of all, I was like, let me read the report. You should have told me first. And I was like, I cannot believe. I told her the report, I was like, I cannot believe. I'm sorry. This is why. It's not to disrespect anyone. This is why not anyone should be reading a report to a patient. You cannot get this in 2 years of training. You do need to understand pathology and diagnoses if you're going to be rendering them.
Thank you, doctors. Thank you, Ja. Thank you, Niece. And I agree with you, Ozzy. There is an attack on education at all the levels, from pre-K all the way to post-grad. It's as though do the least to get the most. And we're going to be churning out professionals who lack profession, or lack expertise, or lack knowledge, endangering the lives of our citizens. But again, I want to take it back. We started talking about the infrastructure across the Caribbean and the deficit that has been created within the healthcare sector. We have a shortage of healthcare workers in the Caribbean. The reasons are twofold. The reasons are, in my opinion, and James also highlighted it. One, um, oh, geez, I'm pay the people them dollars and cents, pay them. We find money to give to our friends. We find money to spend on frivolous things. We can find it to pay the people who matter the most in our systems across the countries, across the region. We shouldn't have to be going to, as James pointed out, around to Asia. We shouldn't even have to go to Cuba. We have people in our country, we're just not investing in them. You have to understand that when you invest in your human resources, there will be a return on the investment. If you don't invest in them, all they're thinking about is, how can I get out of this? We need, you know what, I'm done. I'm beating a dead horse. I hope somebody listening. Barbados maintains economic growth during first quarter of 2025. According to loopnews.com, Barbados maintained its economic growth momentum in the first quarter of this year, with real gross domestic product increasing by an estimated 2.6%. That is according to the governor of the Central Bank of Barbados, Dr. Kevin Greenidge, on Wednesday. In a review of the island's economic performance in the first quarter of 2025, the central bank governor said that the current economic situation was led by strong performances in tourism, business services, and construction. On now to Grenada. Grenada's human rights record to be examined by Universal Periodic Review. Article courtesy of nowgrenada.com. The human rights record of Grenada will be examined by the United Nations Human Rights Council's Universal Periodic Review Working Group, UPR, for the fourth time on Monday, May 5th, 2025. And this will be at a meeting in Geneva that will be webcast live. Grenada is one of 14 states to be reviewed by the UPR Working Group during its upcoming session from April 28 to May 9, 2025. The first, second, and third UPR reviews of Grenada took place in May 2010 and January 2015, also January 2020, respectively. So the documents, in case you're wanting to know, on which the reviews are based are a national report, which is information provided by the state on the review, information contained in the reports of independent human rights experts and groups known as the special procedures, human rights treaty bodies, and other UN entities. Also, information provided by other stakeholders, including national human rights institutions, regional organizations, and civil society groups. Next up, we head on over to Guyana. Unanswered questions remain over police probe into Adriana Young's case. Article courtesy of inewsguyana.com. Vice President Dr. Bharat Jagdeo has reiterated his call for a thorough investigation into the death of 11-year-old Adriana Young. He said during his press conference, "We have a duty to thoroughly investigate this matter. They need to know whether there was foul play or not." According to the vice president, he believes more than anything else that the family needs the truth. If the police was involved in a cover-up or anything, we want to find the truth too. And we have demonstrated that when we find the truth, people will face the consequences. We are not interested in a cover-up, he emphasized. Similar sentiments were echoed by Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Anil Nandlal, who has noted that there are many questions which remain unanswered surrounding the death of Young, who was found unalived in the pool at the Doubleday Hotel. During his program, Issues in the News, on Tuesday, The Attorney General expressed that there are many questions to be answered at the level of the police force, the way the investigation unfolded, and many other things. And just to remind everyone, the child was reported missing shortly after she, her grandmother, and other relatives had arrived at the establishment, on Wednesday last. Despite initial searches in the pool, the child was not found. On Thursday morning, her body was discovered in the very pool. Prior to the discovery, however, the Guyana Police Force had issued an official statement indicating that Young was seen leaving the hotel and entering an identifiable motor car. This turned out to be untrue, and preliminary investigations have since indicated that it was a civilian in the policing division's command center that was responsible for the inaccuracy. Prior to the police force that is, admitting its error, family members were insisting that the child never left the premises, based on security footage they obtained from a neighbor. So if you have identified the person within the establishment, that is the police force, who echoed incorrect information, what's the POA for this person?
For me, at the end of the day, I don't even care about this person. My main thing is, where was the child?
Of course.
Because your story said they looked in the pool. So I'm going to assume that they really looked. I'm going to assume that they actually looked in the pool. So now she's not there. Stop sending out all these stories until you can tell me what happened to this child. I don't want to hear all this nonsense. For me as a parent, I would not want to hear all this nonsense.
So there is foul play at hand. I'm sorry, I can't help it but think that.
Good morning.
Yes, Mr. President, morning.
You don't need to be no rocket science. How can a civilian in the police department put out a public service announcement, essentially a press release, about policing matters on their own? Does that make any sense? Is that a police report? A civilian in the police department just publish a police report? That makes no sense. Another thing on your earlier report with the Grenada, with the UN about human rights stuff. Why we don't disband organizations like the UN? Huh? Why don't you go to places like Israel and do human rights? Do they ever do a human rights report on America? I mean, these are nonsense organizations that waste resources and time, that do nothing. But they use this phony reports to label countries and tell you don't go there and don't go there, and it's so dangerous there. Huh? When you could barely walk in the Bronx. Do you see any reports on that? And then I could tell you about all why it's so dangerous. You travel to these countries, you don't see no people living normal lives. I don't know why we waste money and resources going to these organizations.
Because it's a part of the
marketing countries plan. In the global south should just withdraw membership from institutions like the United Nations and form an institution that will serve their interests. These institutions do not serve. These institutions was created by the colonizers, and it's only serve the colonizers. And they don't even pretend. We have to stop listening to these people now. And I hope the Grenada government didn't waste not a penny, not even 2 hours putting a report together to give them, because it's a waste of time. But
it's a part of the marketing ploy, Mr. President, because remember, they need this information to come up with their conclusions, to then present a package to the general public. And what happens? everybody want to pack up and leave them country.
Oh, and if you want to put out a travel alert to Grenada, a country that have less on that are
But there are
breeding less than
3,000 people.
20 mothers a year for how much years, right? You're gonna put out a travel alert. Like how they just put out travel alerts to the rest of the Caribbean and stuff. How dangerous the Caribbean could be. I mean, give me a break, man. Yet still, all the pews that end up in the Caribbean going through Miami, they're coming from here. If you're so concerned, why don't you stop it here? And what human rights you talking about? You can't even say pew pew in America, but you telling about human rights. You're taking away students' visas. You're locking up doctors for doing their work. We're talking about human rights here.
Oh, Jesus.
You have people who is 95 years old telling a doctor they cannot perform an abortion to save their patient life. But these institutions want to go to these islands to talk about human rights. ICE could come into your house as a citizen and violate you, and nobody says anything about it. We don't see no travel warning to the US. And you don't even need to issue it now because people taking the travel warning on the
Them now come out, them and leave Canada and go straight to the Caribbean.
it is madness.
Mr. President, we are on that travelers list. The United States is on that travelers list for the same things you just said, human rights.
Did the US put the US on the travel ban list? No, so we're not on the list.
Other countries have put us on the list.
Those countries don't matter, Jack. I'm sorry. It's not funny, but it is funny. Did you see the interview with I don't want to talk about him. We're still in the Caribbean corner. I can sit on there because he is, I don't know what planet we're on. Am I still on Earth? Are we all here on Earth? Are we in a different dimension? I feel like Willow Smith right now. I'm in a totally different dimension. The sixth one. Because what I'm seeing, I'm waiting to wake up from this. This has to be a dream. This can't be reality.
It is a dream. It's a nightmare.
What is that? What do you mean we're number one? But back to this article, which is rather serious. We need the unanswered questions addressed. Whatever happened within the police force, whoever was paid to cover up the information, find them. Find them. Me want to know who set the fire to the hotel. I don't think it was a protester. This is my humble feeling, allegedly. Somebody who know about something is the one who start the fire at the hotel and then want to pass it off to a protester. You want to manufacture consent for the police force to do something to the protesters. So what the protesters them do, then go burn down the hotel owner house too. Burn down the side chick house too. Lord, can you imagine your business come out in the street about your side chick and it come out this way? The person was on a payroll before this incident had to be, based on previous incidents that have happened at that hotel. All right, let's keep it moving. On now to Jamaica. James, please spread the bed, fluff the pillows, down covers only. Down, do whatever. Make sure the pillows are stuffed with down and the comforters are stuffed with down, as we have some people coming to visit you up there in Canada, James. Please make sure that they are taken care of. By the way, it looks like the family had a doctor in on the autopsy. Okay, Dr. Keisha, I hope so. So safe to say then that what we read would be conclusive and no contamination in terms
Yeah,
of.
I mean, they have they have the forensic pathologist from Mount Sinai. I mean, creme de la creme. They had 3 different pathologists in on that, and an outside doctor from the family side watching it.
All right, so we're going to hold the faith that no. So now we're moving away from COD, cause of death, to the crime, how it happened. It's for the investigators to figure that out. All right. Thank you for the update, Dr. Keisha. All right. Next up, on to Jamaica. 200 farm workers are heading to Canada for a season program. This article, courtesy of Nationwide Radio, JM. Over 200 farm workers are set to leave the island, and I think it was yesterday, to participate in the seasonal agricultural program in Canada. Minister of Labour and Social Security, Colonel Charles Jr., says this is a representation of a strong bilateral cooperation with Canada and the high level of trust in the professionalism and productivity of our Jamaican workers. He was speaking at a send-off ceremony on Tuesday at the Overseas Employment Center in Kingston. Minister Charles urged the farm workers to obey all safety regulations, act professionally, and to follow in the footsteps of those who would have been on this journey for decades. He revealed that since the beginning of 2025, over 5,000 Jamaican workers have been deployed under the Overseas Employment Program. Additionally, State Minister within the ministry, Dr. Norman Dunn, highlighted that the workers will be joining 95 workers who were sent off earlier this week. They will be dispatched to Ontario, New Brunswick, Quebec, and British Columbia. You ready for them, James? You ready for them? So Nee says, Jamaica needs a farm work program, most complete X hours in Jamaica farmer before going overseas. Interesting, niece. You want I don't know if you can talk. If you can, want to hear more about your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm saying, the overseas farm work program is very successful to an extent. Persons are motivated and very enthused about it. So create one for the domestic market, because we have a lot of farms or a lot of land that is arable for farming. The government can initiate a program in Jamaica that persons who are going overseas, we need to see you performing here, right? We need to see you performing here, and that you're not just interested in going overseas, but you're actually interested in farming. Do you have an existing farm? Okay, fine. Here's our farm. Every community should have one. The farm to school program that somebody had mentioned in a much earlier. Fine. That should be the program. Everybody needs to be on that program before they go overseas.
That's a good idea, I know.
That increases production. That persons will be interested, just as how enthused they are about going overseas. They will gladly sign up for this program, and then it's going to the school, so it's reducing money right there. Hospitals and schools. It will be perfect for that.
That's a very good idea, niece. That is absolutely, I love that idea. Mr. Charles, you're listening? Jump on that now. See how we can implement that. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Jack. That way, we will stave off people leaving and being more interested in developing their own economy.
Yeah.
I love it. Pick up on the side. Hey, coming at the people in places now I learn how to turn in the country around. Canada is not the end of. Reputable experience too, and resume building. Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Real. Absolutely.
That's a brilliant idea. Because the government could take a lot of the wastelands that they say is not cultivated and create these farm schemes that can meet a lot of the needs. Even if you just take that to subsidize the schools where children go into school hungry, that could be a part of that program. That could subsidize your hospitals. That's a brilliant program. Hopefully somebody's listening. Wait, no. What else?
No, make us send it to I'm going to send it to Charles.
Yeah.
You, Rebecca.
You have to get that message to him, Moments.
I'm time stamping it because I'm gonna send it over to him.
Make sure it has niece's name on it.
Just send me, I send it over. I mean, I gotta do my thing. Don't worry. I don't believe in plagiarism. I don't steal people's work. So I am sending it.
I mean, he's not gonna take credit for it. That's niece's idea. That's what I mean.
Okay, gotcha. Well, me I gonna make sure you know where it come from. Who it come from. Look at your friend, please. Needs to promote the program, not the name. I love it. Great idea. Absolutely. I'm employed to Capito. Lord, do me a favor, Jack. How the account, how the books look? We have the money for the books. Rebecca. We have the money on the books here.
No, we need more, but niece just probably gave us our first couple of dollars.
There you go. We might be able to get some consultancy fees going. How that sound, Mr. President? Put the script together.
Together, Mr. President.
Love it. All right, thanks.
For now, maybe Mr. Charles may be open to that, you know.
Yes.
For what I know, he's a reasonably cool person and down to earth, so he may be open to that.
Yes. We have to get it to before the power them hear it and fee go take it and run with it. So we have to get it to them quick and fast. All right, next up, also out of Jamaica, Parliament passes amendments to key crime bills. This article, courtesy of Nationwide Radio JM. Parliament on Tuesday passed a number of amendments to three key crime bills. These are the Offences Against the Person Bill, the Criminal Justice Administration Bill, and the Child Care and Protection Amendment Bill. All three are set to be debated in the Senate on Friday. Here is Shalois Michael with more in this report.
Justice Minister Delroy Chuck says the three bills are the result of extensive consultation through the Joint Select Committee process convened from as far back as 2023. Minister Chuck notes that the government lowered the penalties related to non-capital murder as he outlined the changes made to the Offences Against the Person Amendment Bill.
The mandatory minimum penalty proposed now is 30 years instead of 45 years. Where a term of years has been imposed, the period must be served before becoming eligible for parole is proposed 20 years instead of 35 years. As it pertains, Madam Speaker, to the Criminal Justice Administration Amendment Bill, it seeks to amend Section 42F of the Criminal Justice Administration Act by increasing the term of years to be deemed as life imprisonment from 30 years to 50 years, where the offense committed is murder. The starting point for calculating the reduction in the sentence is usually life imprisonment, and the aim of this proposed amendment is to maintain an incentive scheme for defendants to plead guilty while ensuring that the reduced sentence is not inordinately low, having regard to the serious nature of the offense.
Minister Chuck says the aim of the proposed amendment is to maintain an incentive scheme for defendants to plead guilty while ensuring that the reduced sentence is not inordinately low, having regard to the serious nature of the offense. The minister, who piloted the bills through the House of Representatives, further notes that the provisions of the bills are carefully designed to be proportionate and constitutional.
This government is committed to justice, not vengeance. But we must also recognize that the punishment for murder must serve as a clear and unequivocal signal that the sanctity of life is paramount, and those who take it unlawfully must face serious consequences. At the same time, Madam Speaker, the provisions of the bill are carefully designed to be proportionate, constitutional, and respectful of the rights of all persons, including the right to due process and the possibility of rehabilitation in cases where it is genuinely warranted.
He adds that the bills seek to appropriately treat with and increase the penalties for the offense of murder under Jamaican law.
Every Jamaican has a right to feel safe in their home. in their community and in their country. If we are to uphold that right, we must ensure that our laws are firm, fair, and responsive to the challenges we face. These bills, Madam Speaker, are not the sole answer to the crime problem, but they are a necessary part of the solution, a signal that the state takes seriously its duty to protect life and uphold justice.
Shalois Michael for Nationwide News.
All right, so we had a conversation about this yesterday with regard to the penalty for unaliving folks. With this article, have we changed how we feel? Has anything changed? We still feel the same, that capital punishment needs to be on the record or on the books or needs to be brought back? Go ahead, James. You go ahead. James, you can't hear me? We're not hearing you, James. I know you're off. Well, it shows that. I'm not sure. If you can't hear me, let me know you can't hear me.
I hear you.
Okay.
I see you closed.
Okay. Yeah. All right, James, I don't know if you want to come back and let's see, or try tapping, because it's showing here on the screen that you're unmuted, but when I click on your name, it's showing that you are muted. So I'm not sure if you're having a hiccup on your end. Yes, I understand. Due process is a must. Due process is a must. We need due diligence. We need thorough investigations. We want to know that it is free of corruption, that no one is going to be suffering consequences that they're not guilty of, that they should not be handed down to them. We want to be fair. I get that. Yes, rehabilitation comes into play. Go ahead, Amija.
So I've always had an issue with the amount of time that we give people to live in jail. And I think we spoke about this a few months ago. If it's 100% proven that you have unalived someone, I don't feel that I should have to pay for you to stay in prison until you leave this earth. I don't. Why should we have to pay for that? And I know the question is, sometimes people are put in these places and it's not really, they didn't, commit the crime. I know a lot of that has happened in the past, but I would hope that is not to that extent nowadays, but you just never know.
True. All right, let's see how this plays out. We wait to hear from great sentiment, Ozzy. You're absolutely right. Yeah, let's see how this plays out, if it will be well received by the public. Let's see what feedback we get from the Jamaicans on this one. All right, next up, Jamaica's Education Ministry expands school breakfast program with $1 billion investment. Boy, the thing done up,
We want recommission. We want recommission for the consultancy.
You see why in life you can't give up on what you're doing? We cannot. So just that they found somebody. You know what? I'm going to stop it. All right, let me be professional for a quick minute here. Jamaica's Education Ministry expands school breakfast program with $1 billion investment. Article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Jamaica's Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information has announced a major investment of over $1 billion to provide daily breakfast to approximately 69,000 students under the National School Learning and Intervention Plan, known as NSLIP. The initiative aims to boost student nutrition, improve academic performance, and reduce absenteeism in schools most affected by post-pandemic learning disruptions. NSLIP, developed in response to learning loss during the COVID-19 pandemic, focuses on curriculum recovery and student support. The expanded breakfast program will now serve as a key pillar of this strategy, targeting students whose education is most at risk due to socioeconomic challenges. Minister of Education, Senator the Honorable Dr. Dana Morris Dixon, emphasized the importance of the initiative in addressing one of the root causes of student absenteeism. She said, "We believe that providing breakfast will directly improve school attendance, particularly for students who stay home due to the lack of basic nutritional support. Our research shows that meeting students' fundamental needs translates into better attendance and improved learning outcomes. We are working closely with teachers, families, and students to ensure that every child is given the opportunity to succeed. The program complements the existing National School Feeding Program and the National Products Limited Snack Initiative, which already provide meals to students in public schools. The ministry's billion-dollar commitment signals a decisive step toward a more inclusive education system, ensuring that no child is left behind due to hunger. They're saying it is a worthwhile investment in the future of our children. Ja, where should I find the money?
I applaud them. Let me say that because y'all know I like to be positive. But I really hope that it's real food and not the stuff that they try to feed our children here.
How you gonna say you like to be positive and you're gonna fling in that in
Got to be 100% real. And then after they do this initiative, I hope they come up with some more money to help with school fees and uniforms. I yield. About transportation last week, right? It was last week that they were
going to. No, 2 weeks ago, before I went on vacation, we got the transportation. Now we get the food.
I got to give them their kudos for that too. So now let's get to the fees and the uniform. I yield. Go ahead.
Okay, moments.
Yeah.
I just have one point to make. I hope it's not just an allocation of funds where you just buy food every year or for the period of time the funds is allocated to distribute to the school. I hope it's a comprehensive program that can yield itself into a sustainable project to fund the school meals in perpetuity. In that it's something where you invest that money. Let me show you, for instance. Okay, so the school needs chicken, right? You could have a case where you take a portion of that fund, you set up some chicken farms, you hire some of the people that come of the farm to school program or the program Nis was talking about, all right? They're generating chicken, some is sold to the public, but it's basically catered to the school. So you could get it at a reduced rate and so on. You could employ people. And because the money came from that fund to start the program, the revenues generated from the farm after covering expenses and salaries and so on, and supplying the school, because you have a budget for it, they have to buy it, so they will buy it from the farm. But that farm would still generate money. That money that comes from the chicken farm will go back into the program. So as long as the farms are operating and making money, the funds in the program is being replenished. And you could manage the costs and so to the same farm, where you could even provide subsidized chicken to underprivileged families and stuff like that. That's just one example, but I'm saying we could take that fund and as opposed to just buying breakfast for kids and then the money disappear, we could come up with some sustainable, innovative ways of taking that fund as an investment fund, let that fund supplement the school meals program, and in the long run, make it something that is self-sufficient, that the government do not need to inject no more money into, so that you don't have to worry about budget cuts and stuff. I yield.
So you know what I was thinking as you're saying that, Mr. President, I was reflecting on what Niece said earlier. Can the two be combined? Can one sustain the other?
That's what I was talking about. You implement a portion of what she said.
Okay.
But because the fund for the implementation is coming from the school-made programs, the benefit from any investment that goes into that will go back to the school meals program.
Hear me, Doctor. Colonel Charles Jr., you'll be getting a call from us. We're gonna be sending the things over. Yes, and we don't charge what the foreign consultant agencies charge. This is what just say, y'all giving them your knowledge. I hope and pray they're listening. They're listening, Joe. We know they listen.
No. What we need to do is you write up a consultancy bill, and then you write the discount line, so the discounts, so that we get a tax write-off at the end of the year, if I'm have that system down there.
They do.
Bring in some money so we can get Utopia going, because United States is.
So the name needs to be something diaspora of North America.
Or leave out North America, because we're coming from all across the globe. So just diaspora.
Yeah.
Diaspora consultancy agency.
United Nations of the diaspora, or diaspora of United Nations, or something.
Them I got tired. But you know something, on a serious note, let me be serious here. Let me be serious for a second. We have definitely, as a collective, Coffee in Tow, the participants, the active participants of Coffee in Tow, the supporters of Coffee in Tow, have really furnished some brilliant ideas. And not just for Jamaica, but for all the countries across the Caribbean, the region, right? We have furnished some brilliant ideas. We have furnished brilliant ideas for Latin American countries. When I say Latin American, I'm talking about the Spanish-speaking countries. We have furnished ideas for the US. But we do it for all over. We're not care. We're not impartial. As long as we see a recommendation to be made, it is made. Not me per se, but I want to say that the contributing persons that we have here, those who show up here every day, who make up Coffee in Tow. Coffee in Tow is not a one-man show, right? So I love it. The African CARICOM Diaspora, ACD consultant. What do you say? Can you be professional moments? Can there be one day when you don't come out of character? Never. But yeah, great idea. Love it. All right, now get them no more for the day. We get them enough for the day, not true. We get them enough for the day. The bill is coming. All right, time for us to go. But congratulations, Dr. Dave Afro-Caribbean. Congratulations to Dr. Is it Dixon Davis or Davis Dixon? Oh, it God. Morris Dixon, Lord of mercy. I'll get it woman one next year. So the congratulations to the Minister of Education, Senator the Honorable Dr. Dana Morris Dixon, for leading this initiative, for recognizing what we have been talking about for the long time, the root causes of student absenteeism. We have stressed the importance that just something basic as a meal can make the difference, a significant difference in how a child performs and they're showing up, right? Because no parent wants to send them to school hungry. So now a parent can feel better knowing, you know what, when I have it for you, I'm a little pitney, but go on to school because I'm provided for you. You're going to have your good breakfast and you're going to learn because you're going to turn out to be better than me. And that is what all parents want. They want their children to do better than them, right? Lick porridge in the morning, lick cornmeal porridge. Yes. A boiled egg with the cornmeal porridge and 2 slices of bread, right? Okay. Oh, and a cup of Milo or a cup of cocoa, hot chocolate, something warm, to drink. Good going. All right, time for us to go down in our coffee pot, or entertainment news segment in the Caribbean Corner. Yeah, we could talk about it. Butch Bantam, Marcia Griffiths, and Wayne Wonder ignite best of the best media launch. Article courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly.com. The sounds of the Caribbean pulsed through Miami as the media launch for the 19th, yes, 19th staging of the iconic Best of the Best concert brought a surge of nostalgia and excitement to the city. Hosted in the heart of Florida's vibrant Caribbean community, the launch welcomed heavyweights in the reggae industry, Buju Banton, Marcia Griffiths, and Wayne Wonder. They shared reflections, previewed new music, and celebrated the return of a cultural institution that has defined Caribbean entertainment in the diaspora for nearly 2 decades. Held ahead of the concert, the official concert, which is going down Memorial Day weekend on Sunday, May 26, 2025, at Bayfront Park in downtown Miami. The media launch was more than just a preview. It was a heartfelt reunion. DJ Fergie kept the energy flowing with high tempo selections, while surprise performances and heartfelt speeches set the tone for what promises to be a milestone year for the festival. Reggae icon Buju Banton, whose relationship with the best of the best stretches back to the early years. Well, he spoke candidly about the festival's impact on the Caribbean diaspora. He said, many of us have grown up with the notion of going to Best of the Best or looking forward to attending the festival every year. It had taken a hiatus where it was absent for a while, and now it's back. So we hope to bring that vibe and that energy back. What it means to the people? It was so special. To bring your family out on a Sunday, the music was nice, the atmosphere was nice, and we're going to recreate that vibe. Budget emphasized the festival's unifying power, especially in a city as diverse as Miami. It means a lot not only for the Jamaican community, but also the Haitian community, the Caribbean diaspora in general. You're going to get a little soca, a little dancehall, and reggae. It's a whole package. One can be entertained with different aspects of Caribbean music. The first lady of reggae, Marcia Griffiths, she brought elegance and warmth to the evening, expressing her gratitude for being a part of the 2025 lineup. She said she's happy, thankful, and honored to be able to share the stage with some of her very special co workers and friends. The veteran songstress is expected to deliver a show stopping performance at this year's concert, continuing a career that has uplifted generations. Also taking the stage at the launch was beloved crooner No Letting Go, No Holding Back, that me, Wayne Wonder, who surprised attendees with a live preview of new music, offering a taste of what fans can expect when he takes the main stage next month. Emerging artist Jated added an unexpected layer to the night with an impromptu music preview, signaling the festival's commitment to spotlighting rising Caribbean talent alongside legends. Launched in 2007, Best of the Best has grown into one of the most anticipated Caribbean music festivals in North America, drawing thousands of fans from across the US, Canada, the UK, and the Caribbean. Over the years, the festival has hosted genre defining acts such as Movado, Beanie Man, Bounty Killer, Capleton, Conscience, Alkaline, Barris Hammond, Taras Riley, Chronics, Elephant Man, Mr. Vegas, and more. It has also welcomed crossover stars like Rick Ross and DJ Khaled, underscoring its blend of Caribbean and urban music cultures. Well, what makes the festival unique is not only its open air venue in the scenic Bayfront Park, but its ability to bring families together, also bringing together music lovers, diverse communities, and this happens for an all day experience filled with culture, food, and sound. This year's staging will feature a diverse, I should say, intergenerational lineup, yet to be fully announced. But the presence of Buju Banton, Beres Hammond, Marcia Griffiths, and Wayne Wanda, alongside 450, Chronicler, Romaine Virgo, Skinny Fabulous, and Nadine Sutherland, well, those alone signals that the 19th anniversary is aiming to strike a perfect balance between nostalgia and evolution. Tickets for Best of the Best 2025 are available now. Head on over to bestofthebestconcert.com. Yeah. Hey! Woo! Medea. Russolo, I see you off mic. Talk to me. How about Russolo? She gone.
So let me chime in before Rosola comes back. There's I'm sorry, going back to what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
There is a former athlete. His name is Ricardo Chambers. Chambers, I'm not sure. I actually saw him on Facebook or some social media thing, whether it was Facebook or Instagram. He developed a farm, a hydroponics farm in Mandeville. And I actually left the US and went to Jamaica and took my parents there to show them the setup, because picture the size of a pig pen or a chicken coop. He was able to use that space and create a hydroponics farm. And there was lettuce, there was cabbage, there was callaloo, there was sweet pepper, there was tomato. There was so many variety of things growing in that one space. And I was like so impressed. So I took my parents there and I'm like, Daddy, I mean, I will pay for it. I want to have this in the home. He goes, no, I don't know what kind of water they're pouring in there. But true to form, the elders in Jamaica, there's going to be resistance. But I'm saying that to say that, I think it is a phenomenal idea in terms of persons using their small backyard space, no matter how small, to do something. And this is something I was actually thinking, okay, fine, since my father rejected it, maybe I could carry to the principal of the schools that I went to and see how best we can get it funded for them to start a small space. And he can then teach them how to set it up. Because I think that is something, that is a future right there, that they can set up, teach them how to set it up and how to maintain it. And then, of course, that is food right there going back into the school. But also to teach the community how to do it so that they too can, tap into grow what you eat what you grow.
I do know somebody in Grenada that does the hydroponics farming, but like your father and niece, I sometimes question the ingredients, the fertilizers, that because I think we get that from overseas, we buy it. And I really don't trust anything coming from here when it comes to food. That is my biggest concern. But if it's something that we can generate and we can do on our own, yes. But if once we get in the supply externally for the solution, I question that part.
So when my father rebelled, I'm like, what, good point. And so I started, looking into it, and I see where is it, India and some places in China, there's a symbiosis relationship that they do with their farming, where they have the farming on top, and the plants are on top, and the fish is in the water. So then the water, through osmosis, is used to water, irrigate the farm.
System, yeah.
And that's nitrogen right there. So it removes the need for them to add chemical fertilizer because the nitrogen is in the feces stuff. Yeah. So definitely, Mr. President, I echo what my father said. I didn't let him know, but when I researched it, there were options. Yeah. And this is how Israel, China, India, they've evolved in farming. But going back to what the what do people in Mexico name the original ones that did the farming?
Mhm.
Whatever they're called.
It's funny that you said that, Miss, because we really come from that same neighborhood. Because you know what we have around us. And when I was home recently, I was like, no, ma'am, I have to find something to do with Alania. I have to find something to do. Right. And I love that, and it's a conversation I've had with my other half, about getting into farming, but doing hydroponics. So it's so interesting. I'm glad you were able to take that trip. So we will talk more about that. And he will tell you, I also spoke about getting schools involved, making the land available for schools to have their agricultural science students come, and use there, but that we can talk about.
Yeah, and I mean, similar to what Dr. Sharon was saying, you have a mechanic, and you're teaching him how to repair the car, but teach him the source of the parts. Teach him how to make the parts. Teach him how to budget his book. So here it is. We have the agricultural students. We're teaching them agriculture. Teach them how to farm. Teach them how to set up the irrigation thing. Over here we have access to irrigation kits, but we don't have no land, and we're full of fertilizer. So in Jamaica, teach them how we can do it from regular pipes, But yeah, I think it's something that is worthwhile venture. And in selling stuff to the government, they have hurdles that they have to climb. They have to go to the House, they have to present it to them. And of course, the opposition is going to oppose just because they're supposed to oppose. And it may get lost in 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road before anything gets done. So I was thinking we could probably start it with one school. Mm-hmm. And when they see the success of it, then he's better able, Minister Charles is then able to say, okay, fine, here's a success that is going on at this school. And this is something that we can copy through to the other schools, something like that.
So absolutely. So Mr. President, I pulled it up on Google. Is hydroponic organic? So let's go ahead and read this here because we want to address your concerns. And I'm sure there are many other people with similar concerns. While the term organic is often associated with soil-based farming, hydroponic crops can be grown organically. The United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, currently allows hydroponic production to be certified organic if it meets specific criteria. However, there's ongoing debate about whether hydroponics truly fits the definition of organic, as it differs significantly from traditional soil-based organic farming practices. So hydroponic versus organic. Hydroponic involves growing plants in nutrient-rich solutions instead of soil, whereas organic farming emphasizes soil health and biodiversity. USDA's definition of organic allows for hydroponic production to be certified organic, provided it adheres to the established regulations. Hydroponic farms can be certified organic if they use organic growing media like coconut. Hold on, send me somebody was sending me a request and I see it flashing, but the time out on them. Not sure. Send it again. All right. If the hydroponic farms can be certified organic if they use organic growing media like coconut coir. How did I pronounce it right? I hope so. Organic fertilizers and organic pest control methods. Some within the organic farming community argue that hydroponics lacks the soil-based biological complexity that is crucial to organic systems. Others argue that hydroponics can be an efficient and sustainable way to grow organic crops. Global differences. While the US allows organic certification for hydroponics, this is not the case in other countries like Canada or the European Union, which require soil-based production for organic labeling. So I believe we can do it organically. I believe so. If everybody doing it, let's need to steal true knees. Dr. Sean says, I have a friend who is farming in Jamaica. Oh wow. I would, niece, you brought up the farming method that is used with fish at the bottom and the herbs and vegetables on top. I think we can incorporate a little bit of everything. Can we have farm raised tilapia at the bottom and the lettuce and arugula and all of that on top? Can we look into that? That may be a possibility. Yeah, I think so. So something to explore.
The only problem with the tilapia is that it grows big. So, I mean, well, hopefully, if it is confined to a small space, it will stunt their growth. But that will be the only concern, or you can't put too much. Or you would have, what do they call them? Oh, here's another idea. So you put the baby fish in there, let them grow. When they reach a certain size, you take them to the ocean and dump them in there. Or the rivers or the lakes or whatever it is, and then that's more fish for the fishery division.
Very, very, very bad idea.
I was about to say
Very, very bad idea. I don't even want to do anything with tilapia in the Caribbean. You do not want fish like tilapia to come and contaminate your gene pool for your local fish or even what you have there.
Farms in Jamaica.
It's a farm. It's not
I don't
wild.
like it though.
But I
don't even like us using tilapia as a fish. Because there is a lot of ways we could improve our fishing industry without having to go to the hybrids like tilapia, especially given our population size and stuff like that. But
Mr. President, other fish can be used in that kind of environment, fresh water.
I really think we can come up with organic solutions given our soil structure and biodiversity and stuff. I think we could come up with an organic way of creating a solution that can sustainably grow these hydroponic plants. I'm not against it. I believe we can do it. My thing is, when we rely on the plant feed that comes in, that we import from places like the US, where the FDA flip-flop on everything, you really do not know what you're getting. But if we could come up with, on our own, some kind of way of sustaining or creating the solutions we need, that way we don't have to look to import it. We could create our own local industries. And even if we don't label it organic, the fact that we created it, we know there is no chemicals and so in it. So the plants that are grown will be good for consumption. In the current process, I do not trust the solutions used. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm saying I do not trust them. And I'm not against creating the solutions. Whether we use fish or whatever it is, I'm not against that. But in the current solutions that we import, I really, really don't trust them at all, especially if it comes from the US, because I know how the FDA operates.
So I think we should be able to formulate our own organic hydroponic feed, so to speak, or nutrients there. I think we should be able to do that. I mean, this is where we put our children to work in high school, those who are doing biology, agricultural science students, what's the other science? Integrated science. This is where we put them, to encourage them. When we talk about STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, put them to use, but them brains. And I'm sure many of them probably have ideas. We just have not tapped into them. If we're talking about incorporating the schools into the farming system, getting the students involved at an early age, tap into our grade 10 and 11 students and see what they can come up with. What can they formulate based under the guidance of their teachers? Is that reasonable? But there are opportunities to be explored. Go ahead.
There are a few companies here that sell the organic fertilizer. It's so funny. I was just looking them up last night, the ingredients and stuff, because I want to start growing some vegetables in my backyard. Yeah, I have a lot of space in my backyard. I want to do that. I just have to find a way to keep the crows and stuff away because I have too many other animals as well. But I understand what Mr. President is saying, but we can look up companies because fortunately, there are a lot more people that want to go more towards nature and away from, just regular stuff.
Yeah.
More toward natural.
Yeah.
The Amish culture, what do you call it? Whatever they're called. Amish. They have found a way, they have found a way to perfect farming and animal husbandry and also building construction. They found a way to perfect it and keep it natural going back to 1920. So I think that, that's something that we can also probably look at and copy from them as to how they've been successful in maintaining their farming, because their culture is they don't do the outside stuff. They keep everything natural and organic. They have studied the land and know when to plant what and know how to do like if you're planting corn, you have to plant peas because the peas add nitrogen to the soil, whatever that is called. They've perfected that art of knowing what to plant beside each other and how to make the soil or the crop successful.
There's a lot to explore. All right. Okay. London have a problem at Jamaica. Jamaica have all heap of land. Go ahead. Rasola, go ahead. I see Rasola's mic open. I see Jam mic open. I see James mic open. Is there a glitch on
You can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, I have the phone right next to me. I don't know what's going on. Did you just see the breaking?
You're gone again. Jam. Breaking news. What's the breaking news, Jam? Talk to me.
Mike Waltz is out.
Oh, yes, I have that coming up. Lord, girl. I saw that this morning, DV. But, I mean, I want to talk about best of the best. I'm going to talk about best of the best at the bottom of the hour. But, yeah, I saw that. Wait there. Hold on there. Aaron keeps me up to date. He keeps me on my toes. Wait there. Let me pull it up. Since you bring it up real quick.
We have breaking news right now. The first firings of the Trump administration have started. Mike Waltz, the national security advisor, and his deputy, Alex Wong, will be leaving their posts, according to Jennifer Jacobs' exclusive reporting from CBS News. Mike Waltz was the person responsible for putting Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, into that Signal group chat that started Signalgate. And he has been under fire within the White House for a long time because of that mistake. And while now he is leaving his post, he has been let go by Donald Trump just about 4 months into the second Trump administration. This is likely the first firing, but probably not the last that we're going to see. I mean, Hexit is potentially on the chopping block, as are others. But Mike Waltz and his deputy have officially been released from their jobs at the White House. Spread the word. I'll do a full breakdown on my Substack, link to my bio, so subscribe for free.
God now sleep. London Bridge is burning down.
Why they say
London Bridge is burning down, my fair lady. Go ahead, Jack.
Why is he saying, why is this mic not working?
I don't know why it sound like it, not like one tunnel I try to make it to the UK.
I may have to come out and go back.
Do that and come back. Go and come. Yes, Ozzy. I'm waiting for Hexet to be next. Hexet should have next. You know what? Stop it. London Bridge is burning down. London Bridge is burning down. My fair lady. Showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the great greatest circus on earth. Then McMahon, then RFK. Can we just do a one and done? Take one bird, knock out so many. Take one stone, knock out so many birds. Can we just do that, please? And thank you. Woo!
I'm sure they're going to pop up at some point in time as consultants with a very big contract.
Niece, they're gonna say that. Do not, I rebuke that in the name of Jesus. I forbid the name of Jesus. Please, niece, not even think it no more. Dispel that thought. Dispel it.
He will never admit that he was wrong, and he's going to compensate his little loyal soldiers as best as possible.
What about no? With our lied self, but the person that entrepreneur when she have secret service round her. She fit in at the mix too. Come, can we put a list together? Can we put a list together of the people around him who have made him look bad for the past 100 days?
He's made himself look bad. What I was trying to say was, why did said person say release? Why don't he use the term that Orange Man is?
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. You see, because Aaron has come under a lot of fire. So he has to change up his verbiage so that he can still continue to bring the content on social media.
So he can't say fired? That's Trump's famous line. It
doesn't matter, what them can do and what we can do is different. Them can do it and it's okay if we do it. Remember, Trump is coming after content creators. He wants to lock us up. So I don't blame Aaron. You change up your verbiage because it's not worth it going to jail. And right now with the executive order not the executive order, the thing that was passed where they can deport US citizens to any country in the world, it doesn't matter if you're naturalized or born here. I don't blame Aaron.
I sent you that, right? Because I saw it.
I saw it.
I think I sent you
like
that
yesterday. I haven't checked your thing yet, but I saw it yesterday. I saw it on Baller Alert. So I can't blame any content creator who changes up the verbiage. Because if you lock them up, how can they serve us? You see, we have to play the long game. We have to think like the Chinese. We got to play chess, not checkers. You know? And he's in spaces that we're not able to get into. You know? So, I saw it go, Jeff. I just saw the thing go. I just saw it go. But I would say put them all together and don't. This is just the beginning. But in his first rodeo, were there a lot of flies dropping within the first 6 months? Quite a few flies dropped. Is that when they come in and spray bacon? You remember in his first rodeo?
Oh boy.
Time takes care of everything. We just have to be patient. I kept saying this, Jack. I have been saying this for the longest. He needs to take a hard look at the people around him who are ill-advising him. Claiming to want him to look good.
That's what you say. That's not what I say.
I know. The CEO of a company, does he run the company of his own accord or does he rely on the advisement and the expertise of the managers and the various directors of departments, and down to the people who are supposed to keep the wheels turning, so to speak.
At the end of the day, he's still culpable for whatever happens with the company.
I get that, but a lot of times we are influenced by those around us, and you trust their expertise. No? When a doctor goes in to perform a surgery, he or she relies on the surgical technician to hand him or her the right tools, no? We don't do this thing alone. So yes, I'm not excusing him, not at all.
So with that example, when said person gives you the tools, you still got to look down at your hand and make sure it's the correct one.
I agree wholeheartedly. So poor analogy, I'll take that, Jack. Poor analogy. Let me retract that one. Strike that from the books, please.
No, that was the perfect analogy. That was a perfect one. You know why? Because rightly so, yes, you're supposed to look down and make sure it's the correct tool that you have in your hand before you start working. So that meaning the CEO, when he gets the information, he should have some knowledge of, okay, fine, this is a good idea. Here's what the repercussions are. Here's what could happen. Here's how to fix it. He should have some knowledge. And if he doesn't, he will pay attention to the outcome to see where it's going. Is it going totally up, totally down, or totally sideways? To then say, okay, fine, no, this is not working. Let's go back to the drawing board. So that was a perfect example that you used.
Are we putting the list together, Jack? You're writing the names down?
I just had this conversation with a friend of mine because he is basically a businessman. And unfortunately now with a lot of the things that are going on, he has to kind of like start all over with one project. And he says he hates sitting there doing all this work, doing the accounting, doing, everything else. And I said to him, once you understand the direction that you want your business to go, once you know where every I is dotted and where every T is crossed, then when you hand it over to the next person, they can't come back to you and give you some nonsense that you don't know what happened because you put all your trust in said person because said person is supposed to have the knowledge. That is why a lot of us are where we're at right now, because we put too much trust on this person saying that they had said knowledge when you should at least make sure you have some of that knowledge of your own.
Put the list together, Jack. Write down all the name then, because so start with his name, Walls, and what's his name at the very top. I will put a check mark beside those, and then we have the rest of names. The rest of names coming down. Mr. President had said 6 months for for things to fall apart by Chinu. On the other name, Chinu Chiba. I name again, I can't pronounce the name, you know. Lord have mercy. Literature, English literature.
Let me ask you a question. If you're able to walk into a store and pick up something and exit the store without paying, without any repercussions, yes, as a thief, you are responsible. Yes, you're at fault. But does a company have any obligation to make sure that their assets are secure? What do they have in place to make sure? How is it that one person was able to come in and undo everything that has been done to propel a country forward? How was he able to just come in and undo everything? That is what needs to be fixed. What he's doing is not the issue. How is he able to do it is the issue. Why is it that he was able to do it single-handedly without any way of stopping him? Forget him. Forget the fact that he's doing it. The next person can come in and do the very same thing, or even worse. So it's not an issue of him, it's an issue of the systems that are in place.
Because our founding fathers, I'm sorry, I laugh when I say that.
You're bad.
Set up a system with the assumption that you would not have tyranny. You will have it open to tyranny. You will have it open to where, as a society, the society will decide in what direction they want things to go. Assuming when they gave up all of these, I don't even know if I want to call, when they gave up all of this power to become a union of said nations, and they put these laws down, they wanted the people to be over said laws. And if you have laws that the people can't decide on, then we're what we call these other countries that he's claiming is taking advantage of us. You can't put a dead stop on a specific law and make sure that no one can change it, because then the system will never change.
So the Constitution has worked all these years up until now, right?
Because no tyrant, no man that had the mental tyranny, I'm getting myself in trouble right now, like this said person has come in and wanted to change it.
Okay, so then that's what we need to fix, because he came in through financial means. How do we prevent that from happening in the next future elections? There's a country where the president, he doesn't own a car. He takes a bus, he takes a train, yeah? He's not protected, he doesn't have any bodyguards, right? How do we prevent somebody who is financially able to coerce an election and take over and single-handedly disregard every rule of law and change everything without any repercussions? And that's the key thing there. Without any repercussions, no way to stop him, no way to reverse him unless it's an election.
Niece, I don't think this has anything to do with finance. I think it has to do with
It has a lot to do with finance, John. He who has the money has the power.
He who has the money has the power. We've seen power change throughout said years. His mental capacity and the mental capacity of said men during this time is what unfortunately has us where we are. That's just my thing.
We cannot ignore the variable when we talk about money. We can't ignore that variable at all. It has everything to do with the society we exist in right now, because that money, gives them the power and the control, which is what they want, right? And when you are behest to those who shell out the money, remember that when the piper coming out, he wants to get paid enough.
But it's the mentality of the oligarch that I'm thinking is more so.
Oh gosh, politics, the face of the whole political realm needs to change. The rules of politics need to change, right? We need a complete overhaul. Complete. I said this, and last year, I believe it was, I said that there needs to be a limit on how much money any one person is allowed to contribute to their party of choice, their political party of choice. And the frequency should be one time, period. I said no, what did I say? $10,000 or $20,000 flat. Interestingly enough, a couple months after saying that, we had the story out of Australia where limits are put in place. Limits are put in place. You cannot pour millions of dollars into the system. I think they did 10 or 20,000 is what their limit is. And it is capped at one time. One time. That's it. No more. You can't do no more than the one-time donation, because they recognize that with the money being pumped in, it is going to create some amount of influence, thereby the government not working for the people, but rather for those who have the money, who want the power and want the control. If I'm making sense.
I agree with you there, but let me ask you this. Do you think that if money wasn't involved here and it was just him, the man, and mindset of said people that did Project 2025, do you think that he would not have become president? Because for me, it's the mindset and the people behind the mindset that made this come to fruition. It wasn't just the money.
The money funded the promotion, let's call it that, the marketing. Without money, you can't truly do proper marketing. So the money was there to fund the trips into the sundown towns, into the nooks and crannies, where people with little to no education who can be easily swayed. The money job. You think if me did have money, coffee in tow would be where it is? It would have far gone. Let's not pretend. Money is a big deal. Money take your places.
So why did it take another president to come before him? Why did he have to wait for another, 4 years before he was able to come back?
So let us remember what happened in his first rodeo. C-19, where a lot of people were unalive under his guidance, his ignorance, his deflecting, his ignoring, trying to say it was the Democrats cooking up something. He went as far as to say, if you stop testing, there will be no COVID. What can go so? So people were frustrated. It's C-19 doing it enough. I guarantee you, if his approach were different, if he had not been on the golf course, swinging, trying to get a hole in one, ignoring a call to action, if he had been more responsible and more assertive, aggressive, whatever you want to put it, as it relates to the issue that came up, and we didn't lose as many people, he probably would have been back in. But his C-19, that is what did it for him.
I remember saying, how is it that they were celebrating a win? I'm sorry, the machine is in the background. How is it that they were celebrating the win with all the oligarchs long before it was called? The side chick was there celebrating. They had a celebratory event that night. And by the next morning, it was called that they won. So they were celebrating from the night before because they were very sure that they had won long before the numbers were in. How?
Because the mechanisms were put in place. Not going to call them out. Allegedly, the mechanisms were allegedly put in place. Well, he has said it. He has said it, what, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times now? How they won. But nobody wants to, everybody just ignores what he has said. But I'm not going to say that's what he did. He was saying, I'm not going to repeat it. Because he said me, I'm fake news. So when when the damage was done in the first rodeo, and because of everything that went on through the court system, and we know the results of that, there had to be a way to get back in to evade the possibility of being, you know how it goes. So something have to happen. You have to devise a plan. The plan, the mechanisms. I don't think we need to be explicit. My theory may very well be wrong. But when I look at the pieces and all the moving parts, I can't help but think otherwise. The only reason, because remember in the first rodeo, that gave a lot of people the permission or the green light to be blatant with their racist behavior. And they loved it. They loved that, the entitlement. They loved it. But then here came C-19 on a horse, riding in. And that was what was going to make him have to step aside. I never liked that. And the people who orchestrated that 900 and something page book, they have been working on that for over 50 years. And not today they want that.
That's a truism. I don't think there's a right or a wrong answer to this. But I still feel, unfortunately, somehow it's still a little bit more.
That's why I say a lot of moving parts in it.
Yeah.
But the Met goes folio. You think that book, that 900-page book was written without money? Look at who the players are.
Yeah. I have it. I downloaded it.
I remember other soldiers got through it with me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was looking up certain people.
And that's what we're privy to.
Certain churches. It's out there, people. It's still out there if you want to see it.
Money. You'd be surprised what money can do. You'd be surprised. And those who have money and use it as their means to get through, to circumvent. Yeah, man. Anyway.
What video, niece?
Moment of that Adesoji did a whole thing on the.
Oh, go to his YouTube channel, Adesoji Speaks Knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in his catalog there. Go there. It's there. He and his team, Brother Milton, and there's one other person, a young lady, they broke it down. I think she's an attorney. They broke it down. In series. All 900 and some pages. Yeah, but we were talking about at least make we go down this rabbit hole, yeah, I know. We were in our coffee pot, our entertainment news segment, Rosola. You are available. I know it's now 12:34 or where we are, 26 minutes before the top of the hour. We were talking about best of the best coming to Miami, coming back to Miami, Florida. And it is happening. No, don't apologize. Never apologize, girl. And news conversations to be had. We're talking about best of the best. Here we have Buju Banton and Beres Hammond headlining. We also gonna have Marcia Griffiths. We have Wayne Wanda, 450, Chronic Law, Romaine Virgo, Skinny Fabulous, Nadine Sutherland, and more to be added. If you buy your tickets now, VIP, $250 plus $18 and something cents service charge. Rosolo, where you there?
I'm right here. Hello. Wait, one moment. Let me just click the launch thing here.
All right, and do that. Wait a minute, hold on. Bye-bye. All right. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What did you need? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you said you wanted to talk about best of the best and
Oh,
what
yes.
you
Oh,
would like
yes.
to do because you are supposed to be hosting Coffee in Tow in Atlanta, but you said you ran the numbers and with
Yes.
the availability of properties and what have you, and all the it would be, and then yada 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 yada
Well,
yada.
you just said it all. So yes, based on the numbers, based on um, transportation, events, everything, and after discussing it with moments and people here, I'm suggesting that we move the CIT gathering or meetup for Memorial Weekend to Miami, and we go to Best of the Best. We will do meet and greet or a gathering on Friday. We'll do a park beach event on Saturday, and Best of the Best is on Sunday. So for
Gone
those
yard Monday. I'm sorry. Don't behave myself.
Sunday.
Have no
So
behavior.
yes, that's the suggestion. I mean, we apologize, for the change and then everything. I know, people are looking forward to people, coming here to Atlanta, but it's more feasible to go to Florida. It really is. Not saying Atlanta won't be fun. It's Carnival. It's going to be fun, but you can kind of line up and, but it's more affordable. And yeah, that's about it. That's all I have to say. There's not much more to say. I'd like to go to Miami for Best of the Best. And I would love for everyone to join me there.
Niece is asking what time the big bus leaving Russell.
We can work it out still, we can actually work that out if we need to. If we need to do that, and there's a few of us that want to go, we can work that out. We can really work. I have no problem with driving. I don't have no problem with driving as long as there are people with me, and there's no judgment on how I drive. Then I'm fine. Come and drive fast. We're gonna reach Miami soon.
You are not going to be driving fast when you hit a Valdosta because I'm not coming to no Sundown Town to bail you.
Well, Valdosta is a different situation. Everybody knows how to drive to Valdosta if you've ever traveled through it before. Certain areas in Florida and Georgia. But yeah, so that's the deal. Sorry, my microwave. But that's the deal. Those who are interested, you can hit up myself or Moments.
Hold on
Let us know.
I don't think Niece should have a problem. Niece, you ain't learn to drive truck.
She said,
you never
No, stop me afraid of the gear stick them. I can't do more than 5 or 6 gear stick. So you hear the truck them gearing down like 20 gears? Yeah, me can't do that. No, I'm afraid. Look here, I'm driving my car with six gears. And a couple times, I forget what gear I'm in. I forget what gear I'm in and go in the wrong gear. Yeah, we can't take on all them kind of responsibilities on the people in the road. No. I go find one slow Uber driver.
No, we can't go slow. We can't go slow.
When did Niece start driving slow? That's what I want to know.
When I came over here and encountered 6 lanes, 6 lanes, the lanes are like bicycle lanes, and you're driving a whole goddamn car. No. And the way how my son drive, yeah, no. Me tell him say him traumatized the women I like driving over here.
Okay, well, you won't be the driver, or we won't reach.
Because the Niece, I remember. Yeah. Okay, I'll stop right there.
Yeah, man, I still have my Dover mentality, but back road.
In the hills, we learn to drive now. In our up with the road now. We can't keep a straight road. We are hill people. Yeah. Yeah, road. Interesting. So yes.
Go ahead, read the lineup again, Moments. And again, for those who are interested, again, we apologize for the late notice. We were hyping up in being in Atlanta, but yes, we've moved the CIT meets and greets and whatever gathering to Miami for Memorial Weekend.
Okay, so the lineup for Best of the Best is Buju Banton, Beres Hammond, Marcy Griffiths, and Wayne Wanda, alongside 450 Chronic Law, Romaine Virgo, Skinny Fabulous, Nadine Sutherland, and more to come. And it's going down Sunday, May. What it is? Sunday, May 26th, Bayfront Park, downtown Miami, right on the beach, right on the ocean front.
You gave the VIP amount, but you didn't give the general admission for $95.
There's that too. There's that too.
Yeah,
Thank you,
there's
Joe.
that too, but VIP is $250. So tell us what comes with the VIP, Ja. I mean, I want air-conditioned bathrooms.
I just left my computer, but if I
And let them being serious. If you want to come, we're not saying buy VIP. Don't listen to Moments. We're not saying buy VIP tickets. You can come and walk up next to the VIP. We do it all the time, and then end up in VIP by the end of the night. It's a thing we can do, so we can work it out. I'm joking. I don't want to buy from Best of the Best, but we're not forcing you to buy VIP tickets. We just want you to be there with us. So, yes, Moments. Go ahead now. Because look at y'all see our face? Wow, it's just wild, boy, I tell you. Read what comes with VIP. Jair on your computer. I can't take it.
No, I stepped away, but if I remember correctly, you get front of the stage seats, but that's first come.
Let me tell you no, because me, we're going to VIP by myself. The whole on go from me. VIP includes separate VIP entrance, front of stage access, lounge seating, first come first serve. They know something gonna defend the gate bus button, private air conditioned restroom, premium bar and bottle service.
Thank you, Moments. Thank
Whatever.
you. Me never said you say you take things. I did not say we're not one VIP.
I have plans rsu.com. You understand that?
I know. Yeah, I had
what does I know
more
mean?
weekend.
I know mean.
It means I know, but I definitely you live in Miami proper, Moment?
No.
Dr. Sharon, don't ask her no more questions. She's ridiculous. But Dr. Sharon, to celebrate our birthday, if to celebrate our birthdays, you have to find a way.
I'll tell you off air we're in Miami.
Okay, no problem.
I think the Miami proper is some horrible.
No, I mean when I say that, I mean
I know
in vicinity to like South Beach.
No, ma'am.
I would make a separate trip and come. I know I wouldn't be able to see everybody, but wait a minute. I'm here in Houston, Jai's in Houston, and all I know. Jai's
You're in Houston now?
Miami, let me know.
I will. I will.
Yeah. Let us know, Dr. Sharon.
But yeah, so the VIP entrance, as I said, you get all of that. So yes, you can get regular tickets, general admission, $95 plus $8.18 for the fees associated. And those prices.
So wait a minute. So who is anti-VIP?
Oh,
no one. That's not what I said. I did not say I'm anti-VIP. Make it very clear what I said. Because me is pro-VIP. You understand, Dr. Sharon? But more make sure everybody understand they can come. Right? I'm going to talk this way now because look, she don't get. Anyway, I'm not. But what we want to make it inclusive. Some people can't afford $250 for a ticket.
I get it. I understand.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that it's VIP is not a must. We just want you there. Come. Find your way in. Come. We gather. I will be in the VIP. I'll be using the air conditioned toilets. It's my birthday month. Well.
Right, because it shouldn't be that long to need AC.
No, I need it.
No, you're there long.
No, he said the bathroom.
Oh, I not use the porta potty. Me can't do it. Natasha, me can't do it. Can't do it. Cannot. Sorry, cannot.
No porta potty.
Especially when I'm drinking. Next time we slide and fall. No, we can't do it.
Oh Jesus, no.
It's gonna be a porta potty, but it's gonna have AC.
But those are different. They are different. I've been in those. Those are different.
Not the regular porta potty.
Yeah. Pit tiling. No, pit tiling.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not behaving myself. It's May 1st. I'm misbehaving. I keep on telling you till May 31st. Yep, good. See you soon.
I'm already spilled. But yeah. So there it is. Let Rosolo know. Please reach out to Rosolo. You can head on over to www.bestofthebest.com. Hold on. Ooh, Mr. President. Well, let's hear what Mr. President have to say. Señor Presidente, dime.
No, I was asking how many people are going.
So we should have the head count by Friday. Can we, is that too short of a notice to know exactly what the head count is? By Friday. And folks, if you're coming, I strongly recommend get your tickets online before the 20th of May, because after the 20th of May, the ticket prices are going to go up, and worse if you try to get them at the gate. All right.
Do not try to get them at Best of the Best gate. You'll be in that line forever. You'll be miserable. Do not do it. I'm just telling you. Been there before. Do not do that.
Yeah, it's and the price.
Don't do that.
The price. Yeah. Yeah. So that is it. That's where we're at. All right. Okay. Oh, thank you, Jack, for the time, Jack. All right. Final story of the Caribbean Corner. Lord, we're still there, Caribbean Corner. When I come up from my time, Molly.
No, but you started an hour late. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Shake it to the max. Shake it to the max. So Molly, Young Violin, and more are set to perform at Afro Jam Jamaica. You know, I'm supposed to be rich in this life. I'm not supposed to live hand to mouth. I'm not supposed to struggle because too many things are going out there, and I'm not going to be a part of it. Anyway, Afro Jam Jamaica, it will be happening June 26 to 29 in Negril. Ghanaian American singer Molly and rapper singer-songwriter Young Violin are just two of the major headliners set to perform at Afro Jam Jamaica. Organizer Susanna Salmon shared that the carefully selected lineup, which will include Afrobeats, dancehall, and hip-hop stars, aims to create a deeply impactful cultural experience for attendees. Molly was selected as the inaugural headliner for three key reasons. Her chart-topping single, Shake It to the Max, which has broken into global playlists and resonates with both Afrobeats and Caribbean audiences. The cross-cultural connections she embodies, which define Afro Jam Jamaica, Molly brings an engaged fan base, a strong social media presence, and a reputation for dynamic live performances. Perfect for launching our festival's energy. She also went on to emphasize the unique nature of the event. Afro Jam Jamaica is not a traditional festival. It's a curated destination weekend where each themed party is designed as a fully immersive cultural experience rather than a multi-stage lineup. The festival will feature 4 themed parties, starting with Neon Glow on June 26th, followed by Retro Bash on June 27th, Brunch Beach Party on June 28th, and the grand finale, Golden Noir finale on June 29th. So, when you don't know, forget to phone a wardrobe, right? Neon Glow, get y'all some neon colors, and I'm sure they're going to have the neon paraphernalia, whatever you want to call them, the bands and what have you. Retro Bash is going to be old school, so you know how to dress for that. Brunch Beach Party, get out your bikinis, get out your full suits, whatever your cover-ups, ladies, you know, don't do the thing. And grand finale, Golden Noir, Golden Black for that night. All right, so we don't go to the dress code for all the events happening in Negril, Jamaica, the weekend of June 26 to 29 in Negril. And I know it's going to sell out to the max. That is a done deal. Interestingly enough, I came across this video on YouTube of this young lady. She's from Tobago, and she's giving her feedback as it relates to Jamaica Carnival 2025. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Carnival in Jamaica 2025. Let's talk about it. I don't think we understand Caribbean. I don't think we understand what we're doing here. Or I cannot give Jamaicans anything and not expect them to intentionally excel. There are points to note. Jamaicans are strategic. They are intentional, and they are competitive. They want to win, even when it's not a competition. And I'm not gonna lie, the delivery was, I did this all Jamaica. I don't even know how to cook my tea, but I know Jamaica cooks my tea. But now, let's get into it. Now, Carnival in Jamaica is a real term, because this is the only carnival to me of all the carnivals that I have been to, even New York Labor Day, where it feels like Carnival as a cultural product is lifted, packaged, and placed within a space. It gives study, it gives process, it gives intentional in the sense that they have selected what works in all of the different elements and different islands and different countries and different spaces, and then said, let's put this on. Not to belittle the experience, but it seems, or it appears to me like it's like a fete, in the sense that you get to plan a fete, you get to decide all the elements of your fete. It's not structured by anything else, it's not guided by any other elements outside of what you have decided that it will be. Now let's dive in. Jamaica Carnival is not dancehall, but it's soca. It's not soca, but it's dancehall. It is artistic intelligence. I understand why they crown the island, and specifically the city of Kingston, but the island is such a musical space, because the skill it takes to convince me that on Carnival Day, I want to take away myself is insantuously good. Like, I am just so proud of how much dancehall and soca simultaneously sitting together, what it does for our Caribbean space. It gives accessibility. The amount of other music and just variety that I heard throughout the season, I mean, old soca, new soca, old dancehall, new dancehall, it gives opportunity for everything to exist, because we play off of dancehall and soca, and it's not even overwhelming. Point number two, Kingston. Have you been to Kingston? Like, have you really spent time eating and being and feeling? From the time you land in Jamaica and you get into Kingston, there's a sense of feeling of a different type of Jamaica. Like, Jamaica is one cultural experience, and then Kingston is a whole other cultural experience. It's like a very unique blend of what I think Jamaicans, or we at least as Caribbean people, give to Jamaica a title of uptown, and Jamaica's very rural history, and simultaneously sits as one big national representation of all things Jamaica. Like, I love being here, I love eating here, I love the opportunity. If you see where I stay, the views, the aesthetic, the energy, the space, the quality, the cleanliness, I love Kingston. Can we as a Caribbean people come together and just make Kingston the city of the Caribbean? Like, and this is no like disrespect or shade to like any of the other cities of the Caribbean, but I feel like what New York does for America Kingston should do for the Caribbean, because that cultural connection that we need to actually survive as a Caribbean economy, like that oneness and one Caribbean approach will take us so far, but as a whole next topic. Let's get to point 3 of why Jamaica Carnival Road. Carnival in Jamaica is in Kingston. Kingston is a series of highways. It's Barbados, but for me, it feels like a series of highways. For the people that come from a smaller island, I am from Tobago, and my big for me will be Trinidad, and then when I travel. But Kingston Road, boy, because I do rare carnivals. Kingston Road, the amount of space that you just have, and it's really weird how this setup is just so freeing, like really left, really right, they give you the whole space. I don't can't turn up and down. It's just the road is really, we own like Bundy. Telling y'all them go. I would love if all of the bands come together like this, a formal declaration. I don't see Yard Mass, Gen XS, and Exodus. We are all on the same road. Band number 1, band number 2, and band number 3. Just so that I feel like people should be, each band is different. So I feel like each person should be able to experience the band of their choice, in the costume of a choice, and not be secluded or excluded from like everybody else. Because if I play somewhere else, and in Trinidad we do have that ability. Most countries actually, the ability to either walk back and see the band or walk across and see the band is not that way in Jamaica. I would love to see that. Like that would be the best Jamaica Carnival ever, because you get to be in your band, but still run away and check your people and come back now, boy, and go back to your band. So you can pick the band of your choice and our friends playing. Everything that comes to Jamaica, whether it be promoters from Trinidad, experiences from Barbados, like everything comes to Jamaica and Jamaica finds. Like when in Rome, do like the Romans, it's very hard to come to Jamaica to exclude yourself from the culture. Like they put it in your face. So the energy of the people that come here, we adapt and we soak up the good quality and the good feel of what Jamaica is. I'm very sorry if you miss Jamaica Carnival 2025, and I'm disappointed in you if you miss it in 2026. Thanks. Promoters of Jamaica Carnival stand up, elections, locations, content, experience, variety, limitability, just upscale, like remember, Carnival is in Kingston. Kingston is the space of the uptown as we see and hear. They mean it. They provide every event is an uptown event. Well, every event I went to. I don't know the word uptown events, I'm really not sure, but every event that I went to was given to me with. It's the feds are well matched to Jamaica. The feds come with fire, high-level executions. What they're giving you is high quality, high value. And I think a lot of people don't expect high value outside of Trinidad. But let's watch around properly. Watch those islands, Barbados scaled events. St. Vincent also scaled events. But a lot of the feds and cultural scenes in Jamaica is usually like get to affiliated in terms of the way it presents. So the dancehall scene and the jump up on a stage thing, but all I thought that's what Jamaica was. That was it. All I thought that was all Jamaica had to offer. All I didn't know that Jamaica went to school in presentation. Carnival in Jamaica succeeds because it's not Jamaica Carnival. It is not a representation of.
I gotta pause it right there. Oh my gosh. I'll play the rest of it after we do the on-air wrap up. But I got to wrap up with QMZ Radio, Jano Radio, and MadMusicHouse.com. My apologies. That really bad. I want to say thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com. For quality music while you work or play, keep it logged on to www.QMZRadio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to everyone listening on JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. Download the Jano Radio app, JAHKNO. It's available in your Apple and Google Play stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. And a big thank you to all our listeners on MadMusicHouse.com. Any genre, anytime. This has been my absolute pleasure to bring you another episode of Coffee and Toe. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. I invite you to join us on YouTube. Join us on our YouTube channel, Coffee in Toe. Or you can hop on over to TikTok. We are live on TikTok, Coffee in Toe. Until tomorrow, walk good, walk in love, spread love. It's the only way. All right, thank you so much. It is the top of the hour. We are officially off the air. Thank you, Ja, for keeping me in chat. Just sees to it that I don't go over. All right, so back to the summary, right? Let's listen to the rest of it.
What it's supposed to be. It is intentionally set up for what it wants to be. And it wants to be a carnival in Jamaica, built and set by these experiences, and it will reflect that. And what it reflects is, do wish that the after parties at the clubs and the bars stayed open longer, like those opportunities to make the season feel fuller, those. But Jamaica, leave room for the travel and the tourists. And yeah, the next thing is that Jamaica is the exclusive carnival. Like, again, uptown, even if you fly in for the carnivals, you see a lot of promoters, artists. It's like their, you know, their playground. Jamaica's also affiliated to that spend type of culture. So you see a lot of the very important people coming to Jamaica Carnival. But that sense of exclusivity also provides a sense of becoming and belonging. So the people who naturally belong just filter in as well because they have it. And the people who may not immediately belong, they become. You come to Carnival in Jamaica and you adapt. You extend, like you become a representation of the other people that are here. So it provides a very high quality feel to the Carnival experience. It is just so well done.
Big up yourself, Jamaica.
Big up yourself, Jamaica. That is so good to hear. That is so good to hear.
Never two. But I like what she said. And this is something that we talk about here all the time, Rosolo. One Caribbean.
Exactly. And it is so good because you know me with my mixed culture. So I'm Jamaican, Trinidad, whatever you want to call me. So it's very. And I've heard some people complain, oh, Jamaica can't have carnival. I'm so proud of Jamaica, especially because it's coming from a Tobagan. I'm so proud of Jamaica. That was great stuff. I'm great. Okay, she said we need to be there in 2026, but we have the next trip plan. There we go, 2026 Jamaica Carnival. And how she did well when she described Kingston, I'm proud of that because I'm glad that we showed the great culture within the community of Kingston and I'm glad they enjoyed that. I'm glad they accommodated to both the tourists and the people there for Carnival. A plus Jamaica, A plus.
Yeah. And people from across the Caribbean came to Carnival. Promoters from across the Caribbean came and set up shop at Jamaica Carnival.
And that's what's supposed to happen. Because I remember growing up, being here in the States, my father went to almost every carnival. New York, Boston, Miami, we were there. And as a child, I was there on his shoulders all the time, very young. And his friends would come in to the various states. If they're in Trinidad, they come flying to New York, they fly. That's how it's supposed to go. You're supposed to go and enjoy because it's the culture. Right? You're supposed to go and enjoy it because it's the culture. It's not just about being in Jamaica or being in Barbados and Crop or going to Grenada. It's about everyone coming and enjoying our culture and a celebration of our culture. One Caribbean.
One Caribbean. That's what I said.
Yeah, big up yourself, Jamaica. Yes.
Yeah. Big up yourself, Jamaica. And do you know a lot of Jamaicans, not just today, from as a child, there are a lot of Jamaicans who go to Trinidad for Carnival every single year, bar none. And I remember back then they would tell you, man, if you have not been to a carnival in Trinidad, you have not been to Carnival. So to see a TNT person big up Carnival in Jamaica the way she is doing it, Jamaica, on a donut thing. So I know Baron Lee, and really it's not Baron Lee started, I soon tell the name of the person who started it. But it's a friend of Baron Lee's who started it. They used to work with Carib You know, Caribbean still about? Caribbean still about? Wanna know?
Caribbean, I know, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, Baron Lee introduced it to Jamaica back in 1980. Was it 89? Oh, Jesus. Fuck, boy. It launched at Choco Cove, St. Anne, right up on the North Coast. And there has been no turning back ever since. No turning back. And I'm proud. I'm proud of them. I'm proud of how they have done this whole thing. It has evolved, and this is the time when hear people. There's no segregation in Carnival. Let me put it that way. No segregation in Carnival. One Caribbean.
People have to understand when you're going to car, you just want to have a good time. You don't want no nonsense, no fuss. You're just there to align and have a good time. That's the mentality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy life. And for them to be able to do that in a full package while still promoting the Jamaican culture. Okay, I'm done. And I didn't know it was 1989. I thought it was in the 90s, I thought it was late 90s.
Let me double check, but I think it's 1989. I remember that first
That's
Carnival.
good stuff. That's good stuff.
Hours just to get, it was hours. Let me say, hours in our traffic to get into Chococo. Yeah. Go. Wait.
Yes, need safety and security while being entertained. Yes.
And you don't have to jump to get the experience. You can do the fets, you can do the mass camps, and it's just a whole vibe. Trust me, it's a whole vibe.
Bust a wine.
You know what? You're at 1990. 1990. So I was close. I was off.
You're close. Yeah. You're close to that. That's a long time. I didn't realize it was that long. That's a long time.
Yeah. The after party ones at was popular and very well advertised. Yes. And they still do have the sunrise breakfast parties where 6 o'clock come on and people dress up and gone. Let me tell you something. It's a whole vibe. If you're gonna do Carnival in Jamaica, take 2 weeks off from your job and take my advice. You're going to need time. Give yourself 2 days to rest before you go to Jamaica. Touchdown. Go on to Jamaica. Try to go down for Good Friday, right? Give yourself a 2-day break. Come and then you have that weekend. We have a lot of parties. You want to be on the North Coast for the start of Carnival. And then the week, Easter Monday, we do celebrate Easter Monday in Jamaica where everything lockdown can. Easter in Jamaica start Monday, Thursday, but everything is closed Friday and Monday. We open up back Saturday for business and Sunday, but Friday and Monday, everything locked down. No banks are open. But anyway, get to Jamaica 2 days prior, rest up yourself, because it's non-stop fetting all the way up to the grand finale, which is the road march. And and then when you're done party there, so go back to your yard and crash out by your couch. Or if you want to stay in Jamaica and rest on a beach, just go sleep. Just go and go sleep. Your body going, thank you for it. Just take my advice. All right? Can't stop if I want you. If you want to do Carnival 2026, I would suggest you start putting your coins together. Those of us who have to pinch a penny and put aside a little $20 a week, put your coins together. I'm not going to say it is going to be cheap. I'm not going to say that. I'm not promise nobody say it got cheap, but it will be a savings. Put aside a special savings. And so you can go and enjoy yourself. Set yourself free. Let go of the inhibition. Any other warning we need to give for Carnival 2026?
No, you said it. What you said perfectly. Let go of the inhibitions. Your inhibitions. Go there to enjoy yourself. No judgment.
but put the warning on the men.
What men? What happened to the men?
How to wind up, who to wind
No,
up.
no. If you go to carnival, if you're with somebody, hold them tight, right? Don't let them go, because we're going to whine on anyone who is not standing with someone. Period. Period. And you know that, Jack. Period. If you have your man and you're jealous and you hold on to your man, don't let him go. Don't. If he's going to get some water, go get water with him. If he's going to the party, go to the party with him. Go with him. If you have your woman and you do the same. Don't stand up there by yourself. Not at carnival. No. Mm-mm.
What I will say is exercise self-control. Come on, I'm gonna tell you no lie, folks. It's a carnival time in Jamaica. You're gonna see some people, but you never know exist, and that is wow. I'm gonna talk about them staying good, them staying good, but they stay right. You gonna be looking left, right, and center. Your head just has swivel up. I just say your head at the
Trinidad is the same way too. Trinidad is the same way too. Beautiful people. Because people are coming from everywhere. Carnival in general. Beautiful people. Beautiful people. Beautiful people. You made me forget what I was going to say.
See? I mean, you never see them yet.
Oh, this is Atlanta Carnival, right? My first time dressing up for Carnival was here in Atlanta, and it's just a few years ago. And I was married, and I went with my husband, right? And I went with another girlfriend. And my husband kept on standing way behind me, and we're ready to start moving off, and a man come and start dance behind me. And I look back, and my girlfriend said, no, she's married. He said, well, where is he? And my girlfriend point to him. He said, sir, you better come over here. The truck is moving. Stand behind your wife. Okay? Follow the rules, or you're going to lose her in the crowd.
Being Ghanaian, should I know that?
Yes, exactly. But he was busy looking at the girls. I can't blame him. He was busy looking at the girls. I can't really blame him. So I get it. No problem with that. I'm good with that.
Oh, Rosolo, man.
It's true. It's very true.
So hold on now. USPS is working with the Department of Homeland Security to go after the undocumented.
Oh yeah, HS is given a green light to do a lot of stuff.
Cuba in stores out of Latin America. By the way, where is Ozzy? I know said he had to go to a meeting. You see, you are a phenomenal teacher. Let me tell you something. You are phenomenal. That's all I can say about Ozzy right now, as we're going into stores out of Latin America. So
he's not here. He's not here.
But I'm gonna talk about him just this because of good things me I say. Ozzy last night.
Thank you, Ro, for bringing Ozzy to the. Thank you, Ro. Oh, sorry, go on.
So Ozzy last night. So yesterday we were to have the Spanish class, the beginner Spanish class, at 6 o'clock to 6:30 Eastern time. Now, Alexia was not able to get on time, but she nonetheless came on at about 6:45. Things were beyond her control, and understandably so. Anyway, I had to go and take care of some things. When I came back, so before I left, no, let me backtrack. So she did start the live. I jumped on, but I had to jump off. I made her aware that I was not going to be able to stay because I had to take care of some stuff. Went and did what I had to do. Came back on. When I came back on, her live was still going. Ozzy was there. Dr. Sharon was there. Mr. President was there. Geely was there. I can't remember who else. But I remember, seeing Dr. Sharon, Ozzy, and Mr. President on the stage with her. And Ozzy, he is teaching her the subjugation of verbs, right? And the verbs that were done were hablar, comer, and vivir. And the way he taught it, it was so easy for anybody unfamiliar with Spanish. It was so easy. Ozzy, big up your damn self. Big up yourself. You're amazing.
Papa.
You are amazing. God bless you. God bless you.
And he can sing. Oh, God.
Well, I didn't know he can sing, but he was
Yes,
really
ma'am.
good. He actually started with the alphabet. That's where he started. So when I came in, they were on the alphabet. So that was really, he was really good. He's a good teacher. Really, really good.
Yes. Yes. You know, me's not a teacher. Me know my role. So me stay in my lane. So I think the next session is Monday. It's 30 minutes, folks, twice a week, Mondays and Wednesdays. He says, I'm blushing and bad man don't blush.
Oh my gosh.
Done. I'm done.
Right? Oh my gosh.
So Geely wants to know as if you're Crucian, Tomian, or Johnian. Which one? Which island? Johnian. Okay. They do. You find your people, Geely. Geely find our people. But yes, so we invite everyone to join us if you want to learn Spanish right here on TikTok, but it's on the which handle did she use? Was it Minano or Don't Ask Me? Which handle
And she
did
was no. I think she was no last night.
Minano?
Yeah, she was no.
Minano, okay. So it's under the Minano. So it's under the Minano handle. Alexia will be opening the space, and we will all. Some of us need to brush up on our Spanish. It is going to be a perfect opportunity for some of us to refamiliarize ourselves with the technical part of Spanish. You know, when I say technical, I don't mean to scare anybody. But truth be told, I think Spanish is easier than English to understand. Just my humble opinion. But yeah, it is going to be a space where it's okay for us to make our mistakes right there. It's okay. And I think that is what cripples many of us. We feel uncomfortable. Lord, me don't know if I said the right thing. Me don't know if I use the right tense. Lord have mercy, what if I know the right word may I use when may I talk? So that somebody who is Spanish is their first language. It's okay. Believe it or not, they are accommodating. They are accommodating because you see, when they're trying to talk to you in English and they will tell you, forgive me, my English is no good, it's no good. And I'm like, don't worry. Don't worry about it. My Spanish isn't good either. Right? So don't feel bad about using the wrong words, using the wrong whatever. Don't worry about it. We're all here to help each other and move forward, right? And where's Charlie? Is Charlie here? Yesterday, Charlie asked the question. Oh no, he's not here right now. But I know I'm sure I saw him pop in the other day. Yesterday. Well, earlier today, I mean. But yesterday, Charlie asked a question in the chat. Is everyone in this space here bilingual? So after we get off the show, I have a conversation with Marlon. I'm like, come to think of it, we're all bilingual. We all are. If you're from the Caribbean, you are. Jamaica, how many languages you speak? 2, English and Patois. And if you move through the islands, you go to Haiti. Many of the Haitians, they speak French, Creole, Spanish, and English. Go on over to the Dominican Republic. Some of them over there do speak Creole, along with Spanish and English. Go on over to Puerto Rico. Some of them do speak Spanish and English, but yes, it's predominantly Spanish. Then just move through the islands. Some of the islands have the French influence, so you're going to have a French Creole. We spoke about Barbados last night, right? So technically, yeah, we are bilingual, and we should be proud to say we are, no matter which island you come from. So big up on us out. All right, so Cuba has rearrested 2 high-profile dissidents after the Vatican prisoner release. As they speak Tree language. All right, so according to Al Jazeera.com, Cuba's highest court has ordered 2 prominent dissidents to be taken back into custody on the basis that both had separately violated the terms of their parole. On Tuesday, the Tribunal Supremo Popular, sometimes translated as the People's Supreme Court, authorized the arrests of Jose Daniel Ferrer and Felix Navarro. In addition to failing to comply with the terms of their parole, Ferrer and Navarro are people who publicly call for disorder and disrespect for authorities in their social and online environments and maintain public ties with the head of the United States Embassy. That's according to Maricela Sosa, who is the court's vice president. Both men had been released earlier this year as part of a deal which was mediated by the late Pope Francis and the Catholic Church. As part of the agreement, Democrat Joe Biden, the outgoing United States president, briefly removed Cuba from a list of state sponsors of terrorism. Biden's decision was quickly reversed as Republican Donald Trump replaced him as president on January 20. The very next day, Trump ordered Cuba to be restored to the list, which restricts foreign assistance, defense sales, and other financial interactions with designated countries. There's a video with Marco Rubio. Oh, by the way, 10 story in one. Want to see the video with the interview that what's his name did with our president, and he was not backing down. He was not going to agree with what the president wanted him to agree with.
Well, the law requires that every single person who is going to be deported gets a hearing first.
Well,
do you acknowledge that?
I'll have to ask the lawyers about that. All I can say is this. If you're going to have 21 million people, and if we have to get a lot of them out because they're criminals, we're going to have to act fast. We can. Do you think we can give 21 million trials? Let's say each trial takes 2 weeks. Is that what you want us to do?
The law
Give
is the
21
law,
million?
sir. The law is the law, and you are
The law
sworn
doesn't
to
say anything
uphold.
about trials.
No, not trials, hearings. I said
These
hearings.
people came in, they're not citizens. They came in illegally. They came into our country illegally.
And
We have to get them out.
There's a legal process for that.
I can't, sure, and we follow the legal process. I can't have a trial, a major trial.
I'm not saying
every
this.
person that came in illegally. We have thousands of murderers that came in. They're going to murder people. They already have murdered people in our country.
Right, so
we have to get them out.
they're
And we have to
bad
get them
guys,
out fast.
really bad guys. But in our country, even bad guys get due process, right?
If people come into our country illegally, there's a different standard. These are illegal. They came in illegally.
But they get due process.
Well, they get a process where we have to get them out. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about the Venezuelans.
They get whatever my lawyers say.
Right. All right, let's talk about the. Well, do you trust him? Do you trust him?
I don't trust you. I don't trust a lot of people. I don't trust you. Look at you. You come in all shooting for bear. You're so happy to do the interview.
I am
And then
happy.
you start hitting me with fake questions. You start telling me that a guy whose hand is covered
All right,
with a
we're back to
tattoo doesn't have the tattoo, you know.
All right.
I mean, you're being dishonest.
No, I'm not.
Let me
No, I
just
am
say,
not. Do you trust
I
him?
think-
Do you trust him?
I don't trust.
Travel is down into the United States from around the world.
We're
It
doing
feels
great.
like there's been reputational
The country's
damage.
doing great.
Well,
Prices are down.
not the tourism.
Gasoline's down, energy's down, tourism is going to be way up. Wait till you see the numbers. The tourism is way up.
I know.
Now Canada, tourism's doing very well. We're doing very well.
Travel is down into the United States from around the world. You could get him back. There's a phone on this desk.
I could.
In an interview with ABC News, President Donald Trump said he could bring Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia back from El Salvador, but he won't.
You could pick it up, and with all the power of the presidency, you could call up the president of El Salvador and say, send him back right now.
And if he were the gentleman that you say he is, I would do that.
But the court
But
has
he's
ordered
not.
you to facilitate that
I'm not
release.
the one making this decision. We have lawyers that don't
president.
want to do this.
But
Terry.
the buck stops in this office.
No. I follow the law.
Trump's comments contradict what his top aides have said about the U.S. not having the ability to return Abrego Garcia. Despite the Supreme Court's ruling that Trump must, quote, facilitate his return, administration officials said they can't because Abrego Garcia is in the custody of a foreign country. Trump officials admitted in court that the Maryland man was wrongly deported because of an administrative error.
You could get him back.
We don't care. A defiant China looks beyond Trump's America. Stories on the international scene. According to BBC.com, we don't care about sales to the United States. That's according to a toy manufacturer. Oh, no, not a toy manufacturer. Sorry. This is according to Hu Tianqiang, who is, as one of his toy fighter jets flies past our heads. It's hard to hear him above the buzzing toy planes and miniature drones, an almost rhythmic backdrop. Hold on. I'm sorry. Stick up in it. Where did the dog go? It's not a normal newscast. I'm sorry.
Maybe number 3 has her.
So did somebody come in the room with me? Because she wasn't here with me with the door closed.
So just call, say it in. See if she comes to you.
Ginger?
Ginger said, I don't want to hear no more of this news. I'm out.
Because Ginger don't speak English anyway. Where was I? Yeah, so it's hard to hear him above the buzzing toy planes and miniature drones and almost rhythmic backdrop to the noise of toys that surround him, all clamoring for the attention of buyers. Listen, the manufacturing and export hub, which is home to more than 30 ports, accounted for 17% of all Chinese sales to the US last year. That puts Yiwu and this region at the front line of the US-China trade war. Mr. Hu, too, is on the front line. He sits among rows of snazzy toy jets, squeaking dogs, fluffy stuffed animals, Barbies, and motorcycle riding Spider-Man, a sliver of the $34 billion worth of toys China exported in 2024. About $10 billion of it went to the US. But now these Chinese exports to America face up to 245% tariffs. And US President Donald Trump has made it clear that he blames Beijing in particular for cornering too much of the global market. But things have changed here since Trump's first trade war against China, which kicked off in 2018. It taught Yiwu a lesson, summed up by Mr. Hu. Other countries have money too. That defiance has become a familiar theme in the world's second biggest economy, which is bracing itself for another turbulent Trump presidency. Beijing, which has been repeatedly telling the world that the US was bullying countries into trade negotiations, has not backed down, well, not yet, from the trade war. The propaganda online has ratcheted up, applauding Chinese innovation and diplomacy in contrast to the uncertainty unleashed by Trump. On the country's highly controlled social media, there are plenty of posts echoing the leadership's promise that China will keep fighting. And in factories and markets, businessmen and exporters now say they have other alternatives beyond Trump's America. Mr. Hu, for instance, says around 20 to 30% of his business came from US buyers, but not anymore. We don't care about that 20 to 30%, Mr. Who says. We now sell mostly to South America and the Middle East. We're not lacking money. We are rich. China said 2 words. One start with F and the other one start with what? Yes, China has been demonstrating lately against Ping Ping. It's nothing new. Oh, really? I think we need to look that up. This is no laughing matter. But I have to laugh to keep from crying. We don't have ships coming to the ports, folks. We don't have ships coming to the ports like they ought to. Why? Because China has decided to teach America a lesson. We're going to learn one way or another. And this is the other. You can't have JD disrespecting China. Stop calling them peasants. So why do they hold $800 billion in bonds for us? For their peasants. See, when you have your hand in the lion's mouth, you have to know if it take time dry it out. And this is why I say ill-advised. Yes, the buck stops with him, as the gentleman said in the video. The buck does stop with our president. And not trying to excuse anything. He's making decisions based on those around him. Now we're seeing how that's working out. He's been gravely ill-advised because no way do we have a plant here. Let's just hypothetically say fans, right? Do we have a plant here that makes the fans, but we need these fans? We need these fans. Do we have a plant here that makes the fans? No, we don't. Do we have a plant here that manufactures the components of the fans? So in this case, do we have a plant that manufactures the string? Do we have a plant that manufactures the hardware here and here? Do we have a plant that manufactures this part? Do we have a plant that manufactures this part? No, we don't have any of the above. But if I turn off the faucet and say, okay, no more importing from China, or if you're going to import from China, there's a 245% because we need to make it here in America. You turn the faucet off today. Is there a manufacturing plant the same day or the next day? No. So you know what happens? Business shut down. Businesses are going to shut down. No business is going to absorb 245% in tariffs. Tariffs get passed on to the consumer. Some people fail to understand that reality. Some people fail to understand that. I don't know why.
So the administration has said over and over that the tariffs are about bringing manufacturing back to this country, empowering the worker. Well, I want to give an example, and thank you to Detroit Free Press for all this good info. After the 2008-2009 financial crisis, when GM and the other auto companies were pulling themselves back out, they renegotiated union contracts. Remember, UAW, and in it, they ensured that the union members would get profit sharing. So as the companies would make more money again, those workers, those hourly workers on the floor, well, they'd get a piece of it. Last year, GM, their 45,000 members of UAW got something like $14,000, those hourly workers. Well, now that we're potentially seeing tariffs for these car manufacturers, that is going to eat into their profits. It's going to cost them a lot more. And if the profits start to diminish, that profit sharing, those targets could potentially go away too. So don't think that this is, oh, it's only a back street for Wall Street. Oh, people in the big executive offices, they can take a hit. I'm talking about the very people the president says he wants to help. Those union members, those workers on the floor. Well, now that they're profit sharing in their contracts, when the profits get hit, they get hit too. I thought you should know. So the administration has said over and over.
There's a ripple effect, snowball effect, chain reaction. People's lives are going to be affected. AT says on YouTube, China is spewing propaganda. They need us and we want them. Hold on a second, AT. China needs the US? I think we need to flip that around. We need China. That's my honest opinion. And the reason I say we need China, and probably we need each other, but we do need China. Have we checked the shelves in the stores? Look at where these things are made.
Last night, I sent you a video of this guy dressed in a flag, and he was outside the Trump building saying, why does everybody think we need China, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to go into Trump Tower store, gift shop, and show you that things are made in America. And everything he picked up, everything he picked up, he was like, this was made in the United States. Then he looked at the back. Oh, it was made in China. This was made in the United States. He looked at the back. Oh, it was made in China. He went through a couple of things. And then the last one was like, oh, this was made in Bangladesh. So I guess it wasn't China. Hilarious.
Our medicine.
We don't need, you honestly do not need a politician or anyone to tell you anything. Just go pick up products in your home and see where it's made from. That's it. Almost everything we have in our homes. We said this last year. We said this while he was running. We said this while the propaganda about blah, blah, blah came up. Comes from China. And yes, I do agree that we probably need each other, but I'm sure China has their kitty set up just in case. They have a, what is that? The break the emergency glass if needed. I'm sure they have that. Because all they have to do is knock on the door and say, you know what? We coming for our debt. I yield. Pay up the United States. We coming for our debt.
So he says, okay, let me read the rest of his comment. US are the big spenders. We don't buy. If we don't buy, they lose billions. And he also added, that's because we want everything cheap, not because we can't make it. So AT, let me ask you a question now. With the salaries being what they are today in the US, what's the minimum, the federal minimum wage? $7 and how much cents? Is it 25 cents? All right. Some states pay more than that. Some states have a minimum wage, let us say, of $12. So somebody living on $12, living off of $12 an hour. Let me calculate that. Come on, calculator, get up. My calculator won't open. Hold on, let me pause it up. Yes, sir. Okay, hold on a second. Me calculate, watch out. You know, so me is a total idiot right now. Me close out the something because I open up too many. All right. So somebody makes $12 an hour. Multiply that by 40 hours for the week. That gives us $480 gross. So let us say they go home with $400 after taxes, after the statutory deductions, right? How far do you think $400 can go if we really bring manufacturing back to the US and end up increasing the cost of the goods? Can somebody making $400 a week afford the goods? So let us say this pencil today, because it's made in China, let us say this pencil today is 50 cents. Now we make it in the US. It's $1.50. Glasses. Let us say these glasses that are made in China, I'm able to afford them with zero insurance. Let us say I paid $300 for them. Right? Make them here in the US. Am I going to pay $900 for them? No, megawatt blind. Making $400 a week, megawatt blind. It's not going to be affordable because of the capitalist mentality that we have here in the US, where we want more for as little as possible, meaning those who own the companies, they want to pay you as little as possible so that they can maximize their profits. They're not going to increase the pay so that you can afford these things. So from a realistic standpoint, it's not going to be, go ahead, Mr. President, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, moments. What I think a lot of people is missing. They're looking at, yes, the US is the biggest market and is a big consumer market, and China makes a lot of money from the US. That is true. First, look at the Chinese reserve. They have a much better reserves. Secondly, after the first Trump term, China has deliberately, strategically looked to expand their influence globally. And they have tapped into markets that it was not there before, so as to shrink the dependence on the US market. Now, at a 15 to 20% dependency, or, looking at about 15% to 20% comes to the US, it is a lot of money for them to lose. But at the same time, you have to look at the staying power. If you and I battling for a space, and I want to push you out of the let's say for a supermarket space that's limited, I just push my price low, below cost price, and see how long you could operate for. Because people will come to me. For you to stay in business, you have to bring down the price. If I have more money and resources than you, I can hold out longer than you. So that's just a simple kind of example. The US cannot hold out as long as China can. The manufacturers would lose money. Yes, the businesses in China would lose money. But not only would the businesses in the US lose money, a lot of displacement would start to happen. A lot of dissatisfied citizens, a lot of empty shops. And China know the US cannot replace the supply chain that they would miss from dealing with China. Because even if they were to go into manufacturing and stuff like that, they don't have the materials, they don't have the equipment. Plant takes time to build. And I'm not even talking about all the regulations and legislations and so surrounding the putting up of some of these buildings and so on. The manufacturing process takes time to develop. And they're literally non-existent in the US because the US have outsourced to the same China because it was prudent and profitable for the people on Wall Street back then. So now, even if the Chinese get hurt, what they're saying is, my pain threshold is much higher than the US pain threshold. Not only that, the Chinese could hold on for another couple of years, survive Donald Trump, just to send a message. Because they know if they hold out for a couple of years, as a matter of fact, it's not a couple of years. The Chinese hold out for 1 year. Trump has a problem finishing his tenure. A serious problem, especially where they have been targeting red states. Don't buy the soybeans, don't buy the corn, stuff like that. Because they're not putting tariff, but they're strategically hitting some sore points in the US. and sooner or later they will crumble. What do you think would happen with Walmart? Look at the importance of Walmart in the American economy right now, when most of the stuff come from China. Then these businesses is who they would use to put pressure on the politicians. Because as much as the Chinese losing money, trust me, Walmart going to lose much more than the people they was buying from. Because they're buying all of this stuff at pennies and selling them for dollars. So it's a different dynamic. So yes, the US is the biggest market. Yes, most people tolerate the US because of its buying power. But people are getting fed up. And they're looking at different alternatives. People are no longer making a long-term plan based on the US government, based on who is in power. Before, the US is considered default risk. They have no default risk. They would honor their dates, they would honor their commitments. Now, when Trump leave office, whatever he put there, executive orders from the next president, wipe it out. Just the same way he wiped out some of Biden things. So companies cannot plan in the long term with that kind of volatility. So what they're doing, they would not give up the US market because it's a lucrative market. They would take what they could get from the US market, but they build up elsewhere to develop their resilience. Because then sooner or later, the way the US flip-flop, they may have to do without them for an extended period of time. And I think that is where the Chinese are. So it's not simple. The way the politicians say we need China, we don't need them like that. Yes, working together is great for both countries, but China has more staying power than the US. If somebody's had to fall, the US will fall first. I yield.
So Beatty says the supply chain can be replaced. Granted, it would take years. Yeah, it's gonna take years. And the economy is gonna crash in the meantime. We're gonna have empty shelves in the meantime.
China needs to make a deal with us. We don't have to make a deal with them. There's no difference between China and any other country except they are much larger. And China wants what we have, what every country wants, what we have, the American consumer.
We don't care. China has been here for 5,000 years. Most of the time, there was no United States, and we survived. And if the United States wants to bully China, we will deal with the situation without the United States. And we expect to survive for another 5,000 years.
If a company were to say we're raising prices because of the tariff, is that a hostile act?
I think if you go out of your way to try to make it seem like your price has changed when it's nonsense, okay? A 10% tariff.
Why is that nonsense?
Because a 10% tariff is not going to change virtually any price. The only price it would change would be a product that we don't make here, like a mango.
Wait, what? First of all, people will absolutely notice that prices rise by 10%. Second, it's not just 10% from China, right? It's 10% for everyone. We're still waiting on all the other tariffs, which are postponed. But from China, it's 145%. I think people will notice that. That aside, Jeff Bezos gets how the administration's operating, so he's not going to tell you about the Trump tax directly. But again, this is really key. Listen to this. It's still going to cost 145% more to import things from China, whether or not Amazon explicitly tells you what is happening. It's exactly the same thing Trump tried to do back during COVID, remember? Where he just hated all the testing and he tried to keep the testing numbers artificially low so that there would be fewer reported cases. But again, that didn't actually mean fewer cases. It didn't mean less virus spreading. It was still spreading. People still notice when they got sick and when loved ones died. Trump can say whatever he wants. He can bully Jeff Bezos. He could try to sign an executive order that it's illegal in America to note that the tariffs are costing you money. But like, it will be the case that shipping containers will be empty. We know that that's happening. It will be the case that prices are higher. No amount of lying and bullying can change certain facts about the world.
America is going to be the poorest country in the world starting now. You're going to see the biggest crashes happening right now. So that's good for me because the price of gold and silver go up.
That's interesting because most people in India until the last decade have been migrating to the US, thinking that that is where is the land of opportunity to pursue the great American dream. But over the last 2 years, we've seen an increasing number of people coming back in droves back to India because that's where they're seeing the opportunity. So that is a very interesting shift that I never thought would happen so quickly in my lifetime.
Last year I said this. If we don't change our playbook, if we do not rip out certain pages of our playbook, we are going to fall. I said it last year. If we don't change how we interact, how we negotiate, how we engage, we are going to self-inflict. I said it last year. I'm no economist. I'm no financial analyst. It's just standing on the outside looking at everything that's going on. And one thing we cannot do is rely on news solely from this country. Because whatever we have access to in this country is going to convince us that everything is okay. We don't get the truth from the media outlets in this country. You have to go outside. In other news.
We have some terrible breaking news right now. A Haitian woman has died in ICE custody. A 44-year-old Haitian woman, Marie-Ange Blase, has died in ICE custody in South Florida in Pompano Beach. Now, according to the official ICE statement, the cause of death is unknown, is under investigation. But according to some sources like The Independent, she had complained of chest pain, lie down, and the next thing she knew, she was dead. It's a very terrible story. She had been in ICE custody for about 2 months when she was first arrested for being in the country undocumented. Now, I know a lot of you get your news from me, so I wanted to share some place where I get some of my news and where I found this story. It's called Ground News, and it shows.
And not only Ground News, the Miami Herald, who's a very reputable newspaper. From Miami Herald, they aired the article too on their sites. She's 44 years old. The release from U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement says the cause of her unaliving remains under investigation. Another detainee at the center told the Miami Herald that Blaze had been complaining about chest pains on Friday after her blood pressure measured with a top number of 156. The detainee said Blaze was given some pills and sent to lie down.
I think I sent you that story last night, and the story I sent you stated that she was transferred to several different places prior to ending up in Florida, and the pains had started when they initially arrested her.
She was at the facility in Pompano Beach, pronounced unalived at 8:35 p.m. on April 25 by medical professionals at the Broward Transitional Center. The cause of COD is under investigation. Moved through multiple ICE facilities prior to her unaliving. She had entered the U.S. without admission or parole on an unspecified date, authorities said. On February 12, U.S. Customs and Border Protection encountered her at the Henry E. Rolson International Airport in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, where she was attempting to board a flight to Charlotte, North Carolina. That same day, CBP issued her a notice of expedited removal, citing her lack of a valid immigrant visa. She was transferred to ICE custody 2 days later, first at a staging facility in San Juan, Puerto Rico. She was later moved to Richmond Correctional Center in Oakdale, Louisiana, and finally to the Broward Transitional Center on April 5th. ICE said it notified the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, the Office of Inspector General, and the ICE Office of Professional Responsibility. The Haitian consulate in Miami was also informed of Blaze's unaliving. ICE policy mandates that in custody unalivings be reported to Congress, advocacy groups, and the media within 2 business days. A full report is also required within 90 days per federal law. The agency stated that all detainees receive comprehensive medical care throughout their custody, including 24-hour emergency services. So she was flown from St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, to Puerto Rico. Then from Puerto Rico, then fly her to Oakdale, Louisiana. Then from Oakdale, Louisiana, I don't know if it was by air or ground transportation, they moved her to Pompano Beach. Who is getting paid for all these flights?
Like y'all said, it's back to the money, huh?
And talking about back to the money. Where is it? Here it is. Let me pull this one up. You're gonna find this interesting, Jack. I hope you find it interesting. Follow the money. Follow the money. Let's play this one for Jack.
Velo is set to start running deportation flights next month. Velo signed a deal to transport detained migrants back to their home countries as part of President Trump's immigration crackdown. But as
Hold on, stick up. Roy, we pay. Yes, it's our tax money paying for it, but I want to know whose pocket it going into.
NPR's Joel Rose reports, the airline's deal is getting an angry reaction.
A few years ago, Velo Airlines got a warm welcome from travelers and politicians.
Can somebody do me a favor and look up who owns Velo Airlines, AVELO, please and thank you.
When the company brought nonstop flights and low fares to Tweed New Haven Airport. But it was a very different scene this month. Hundreds of protesters gathered outside the airport after the company announced a deal to operate deportation flights for ICE. John Lugo is an activist from New Haven who helped organize the demonstration.
It's outrageous, like a company that operates from New Haven in one of the most welcoming cities for migrants. Right now, they're going to be making profits, like deporting people back to their countries.
Facing financial headwinds, Velo struck a long-term deal to work with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The company says 3 of its planes will begin operating charter flights for ICE based in Arizona starting May 12th. They'll join the small fleet of ICE air operations carriers that try hard to keep out of the spotlight.
There is no transparency, and that's by design.
That is 71-year-old Tom Cartwright, a former banking executive turned volunteer activist. Cartwright started tracking ICE Air using public flight tracking data during the first Trump administration. Now he's become the go-to source for information about ICE flights. Every day, Cartwright says between 8 and 10 planes carry passengers in shackles and leg chains, both inside the U.S. and on deportation flights around the globe. The system has worked roughly the same way under administrations of both parties. Cartwright says the airlines that operate these flights for ICE are subcontractors, usually private charter airlines that fly for many different clients.
They might fly an ICE flight today, and they might take somebody to the Masters tournament tomorrow. That's just the way they operate.
But Cartwright says Velo is a different case. It's a regular retail airline that flies to dozens of cities and sells tickets directly to the public.
So it's quite different. And I think they underestimated the public outcry, to be honest, that might come from this.
Velo declined our interview request. In a statement, founder and CEO Andrew Levy said, quote, "We knew this would be a sensitive and complicated topic." He said the company is looking for financial stability from its long-term deal with the government. But the situation is getting even more complicated in Connecticut, where Velo has a major hub, and where Democratic elected leaders were already furious about the Trump administration's immigration crackdown.
To the president of Velo, you really stepped in it. You made a bad mistake.
That's Richard Blumenthal, the state's senior U.S. senator, at a protest outside the New Haven airport. And the state's Attorney General, William Tong, has demanded to see Avello's contract with ICE.
The state of Connecticut should not support and should not be a partner to an airline that assists this administration in its unlawful and unconstitutional actions.
If Avello doesn't change course, Tong says state lawmakers should revoke the support they've given the airline, including a tax break on jet fuel that's set to expire this summer. Joel Rose, NPR News.
Oh, that. Cheer yoga, aerobics.
So I got a Zoom call in a minute, but headquarters, Houston, Texas. For
I'm owned by a J, and I'm not going to say what the J, you know what J stands. Owned by a J.
It went through several, so I think it used to be called Allegiant Air. Then the name changed again, and then the name changed again. But Wikipedia basically says it's an American ultra low cost airline headquarters in Houston, Texas. It previously operated charter flights as Casino Express Airlines and Extra Airways before transitioning to scheduled operations and rebranding as Avello Airlines in April of 2021. So I will be on this Zoom call for half an hour, but I'll still be here.
Interesting what you said, what it was. The rest y'all can figure out on your own. Connect the dots. Connect the dots. This is a bailout opportunity for Avello Airlines. The Real ID deadline is 1 week away, and here's what TSA wants you to know. Article courtesy of CNN via WSVN. If you still have not secured your Real ID yet, time is running out. Your domestic air travel could be delayed if you do not. And I repeat, if you do not have an accepted form of identification at TSA checkpoints next week. The Department of Homeland Security is set to enforce the May 7 deadline for Real ID after years of pushing it back. The Real ID Act, which was passed by Congress in 2005, enacted the 9/11 Commission's recommendation that the federal government enhance security standards for identification. Travelers have been scrambling to get their licenses changed to avoid disruptions in domestic travel plans this summer and into the holiday months. Passports are still an acceptable form of identification for both domestic and international air travel. And non-Real ID compliant licenses are still valid for driving and other identification purposes outside of the federal requirements. While the May 7th date seems to have set off a mad dash for documentation, leading up to the deadline, TSA has been engaging heavily with states, airlines, airports, Congress, and the travel industry to encourage compliance among travelers. That's according to a spokesperson for the TSA when speaking to CNN. TSA resumed the Be Your Real ID Self national public advertising campaign in July 2024. They're committed to continue engaging with the public, licensing jurisdictions and states to facilitate a smooth transition to Real ID enforcement beginning May 7th. CNN asked the agency more about the changes. Yep. So, yeah. There it is, folks. We've been telling you. See to it that you have your Real ID, please, and thank you. Okay. Do not get caught up in the wash. U.S. diplomat Marco Rubio will not provide information to judge about a deported man. This report comes to us courtesy of Al Jazeera. United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio has indicated the administration of President Donald Trump may flout a judge's order requiring it to provide information about efforts to return a wrongly deported man from El Salvador. At a cabinet meeting on Wednesday, the top diplomat was asked if he had formally requested the return of Gilmar Abrego Garcia from El Salvador. Rubio responded, I would never tell you that. And you know who else would never tell you that? And you know who else I'd never tell? A judge. He added that he does not feel bound by the court order because the conduct of our foreign policy belongs to the President of the United States and the executive branch, not some judge. The statements underscored the Trump administration's defiant stance towards judicial checks on its power. In the case of Abrego Garcia, U.S. District Judge Paula Innes has ordered or had ordered government lawyers to offer updates about measures the Trump administration had taken to return Abrego Garcia to the U.S. On April 15, she announced she would seek sworn testimony about those efforts from administration officials. Hey, Maximum. Did he really scoff at a judge by saying, not some judge? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. So now that begs the question. Thank you, Roy. What's the purpose of a judge then? I don't know at this point, and I'm not trying to be facetious. I just want to know how judges feel and where do they see themselves in light of everything that's going on. Where do they see themselves? And I guess by extension, I could ask lawyers, attorneys, right? Because you have to go that path anyway before you can become a judge. So judges are no longer respected. Is that what I'm to take away from this? That they ultimately do not have the final say, and that their judgments, whatever judgment they hand down, can be it's just some judge. What is the precedence we're setting? I need to know. And now with this new landscape as it relates to judges and the law, how does the normal citizen operate? Nearly 800 undocumented immigrants were detained by ICE in Florida, arrested, detained. According to Caribbean National Weekly, nearly 800 people were arrested in Florida during the initial days of Operation Tidal Wave, a large-scale immigration enforcement effort jointly conducted by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and local law enforcement agencies. That's according to a confirmation that was received from ICE officials. The operation took place from April 21 through April 26. On the social media platform X, ICE said, in a first-of-its-kind partnership between state and federal partners, ICYMI and Florida law enforcement arrested nearly 800 illegal aliens this week during the first 4 days of Operation Tidal Wave, a massive multi-agency immigration enforcement crackdown. Operation Tidal Wave is a preview of what is to come around this country. Large-scale operations that employ our state and local enforcement partners to get criminal illegal aliens off our streets. That is according to Carolyn Leavitt. Sorry, I should have said that. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis commented on the effort Saturday, stating, Operation Tidal Wave is an example of Florida and DHS partnering to deliver big results on immigration enforcement and deportations. Florida is leading the nation in active cooperation with the Trump administration for immigration enforcement and deportation operations. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem added in a post on social media, this is a warning to all criminal illegal aliens. We are coming for you. At DHS Gov, at ICEGov and our state partners will hunt you down, arrest, and deport you. That's a promise. I saw some comments where people were saying, at least send them back to their country. In the interview we heard, the snippet we heard of the interview, he did say what, 21 million undocumented people are in the country? Is it feasible? Is he going to be able to remove 21 million people from the US in 4 years?
I don't think so. First of all, and then who's going to do the jobs that, like, even a migrant and undocumented does not necessarily mean you're here illegally, right? So who is going to do the jobs that they normally do? Because you're not going to get Americans to go out in the fields and pick your oranges or your, you know, I'm just asking. I don't know.
Have we heard a plan? Have we heard a plan? Okay, we are going to call out all the undocumented who are, the immigrants. We're going to call them out, the 21 million, we're going to call them out. Do we have a plan for, or have we heard of a plan when we talk about replacements, the workforce replacement? Who is going to be in the nursing homes or being at your mama's bedside 24 hours? Who is going to be in the fields? Who is cleaning the toilets? Who is doing the menial tasks that no American wants to do? Who is going to be doing that? Do we have a system in place? Because you're damn for sure ain't going to pay an American $7 or less an hour to do it. It's not going to happen. What's the plan? Ozzy says concepts. Okay. You have to have a plan in place. You're going to remove something. What are we going to do to fill the gap? Hey, Just Day, what are we going to do to fill the gap? What are we going to do to compensate? But you know what? We don't have a say. I want to hear what the corporate execs have to say. I want to hear what the Walmart and the Target and the all these big companies. I want to hear what they have to say about filling the gap. What do they have to say? There should be a process, as the gentleman was saying. Can we at least have a hearing? Let us look at the facts before us. This person has been paying taxes. They have an ITIN and they pay their taxes every year. They've never had any incidents. They are above board. They're in the process of getting a permit, whatever it is, whatever documentation is needed to be here. They're in the process of that. They have paid an attorney. The paperwork has been submitted. They have been to interviews. Can we not ignore all of that? At least let's break this down. Next. The US economy shrinks as Trump's tariffs spark recession fears. Anything out of the US, we're not no good news. We can't tell that right now. We don't have any good news out of the US, so please and thank you. Just bear with us.
Since 100th day in office, we have signs of the U.S. economy moving in the wrong direction. New figures from the Commerce Department this morning show the U.S. economy shrank in the first 3 months of the year. Not a lot, but it shrank. The stock market has dropped sharply since Inauguration Day, and consumer confidence has fallen to its lowest level since the beginning of the pandemic years ago. NPR's Scott Horsley is following all of this. Scott, good morning.
Good morning, Steve.
What happened?
This is all about the president's trade war, which has been really disruptive both around the world and here at home. Taxes on imports are now the highest they've been since at least the Great Depression. That's triggered a big sell-off in the stock market. And Americans are telling pollsters they're really pessimistic and think we could be headed for a recession. Mark Zandi, who's chief economist at Moody's Analytics, says this is a flashing red sign for the White House.
I think recession's dead ahead unless we can find a way to get off the tariff road and bring down the tensions in global trade quickly. We don't have months here, we have weeks, because it just feels like the economy is seizing up and people are nervous, businesses, consumers, investors, very nervous, and I don't think it's going to take much to push us under here.
That GDP report this morning shows the U.S. economy shrank in the first 3 months of the year. That's largely because of a flood of imports as businesses and consumers tried to stock up before the tariffs took effect. Imports are a subtraction from GDP. Government spending was also down during the quarter, and consumer spending, which is the biggest driver of the U.S. economy, grew less than half as fast as it did during the waning months of the Biden administration.
I just want to mention all this is happening in some cases just weeks after some of the president's highest profile actions. Have President Trump's tariffs had any effect on prices yet?
Yes, although we're not seeing a lot of that in the data yet, which only runs through March before the big tariffs took effect. And in fact, some of the people who answered the consumer confidence survey noted they were happy to see the price of gasoline coming down thanks to a global slowdown. But there's a lot of concern that tariffs will push prices up more in the months to come if they stick, and that's a big if. The White House itself says the whopping 145% tariffs on Chinese imports might have to come down. But in the meantime, you've got a lot of shoppers and a lot of businesses that are kind of paralyzed. Kurt Carpenter sells lighting fixtures from China at a business in Boston. He says this is the toughest business has been in more than 2 decades.
We saw the 2008 housing crisis, but I gotta say, this may be one worse. At the end of the day, it's really just a tax on the end consumer, and it's only hurting us.
Now, Carpenter's hoping the U.S. and China will negotiate lower tariffs, but for now, he says the trade war is a tremendous burden on U.S. consumers.
You're reminding me that there are 2 factors here, and one is just the chaos. Tariffs up, tariffs down, tariffs sideways, tariffs uncertain. And that uncertainty is itself a big problem. But then there's just the matter of tariff policy, using tariffs as an economic instrument. Is anybody rooting for that?
Absolutely. There are some businesses that stand to benefit. Tom Barr is a mold maker in Michigan who supplies equipment to automakers and others that they use to form plastic parts. He'd been losing business to China, but says since the tariffs took effect, he's been getting phone calls from potential customers who are interested in bringing that business back home.
Somebody reached out to us from Ford Motor Company. They're investigating it. They're not saying they're going to do anything, but they want to know what their options are. So without these tariffs, those phone calls wouldn't even have taken place.
But even Barr suggests the tariffs could be more narrowly targeted to protect some businesses like his without necessarily adding a tax on everything the U.S. buys from other countries.
NPR's Scott Horsley's analysis is made in America and tariff-free. Scott, thanks so much.
That was a good closing. Made in America and tariff-free. But okay, so we also have this one here. Trump tells business chiefs he needs a little bit of time as U.S. economy shrinks. Okay, so let me pull up this one. This one is courtesy of BBC. He tells business chiefs he needs a little bit of time as U.S. economy shrinks.
In the first quarter GDP numbers just out today, core GDP, now we're removing distortions from imports, inventories, and government spending, was up plus 3%. But this is Biden's economy because we took over on January 20th. And I think you have to get us a little bit of time to get moving. But this is the Biden economy.
Anyway, President Donald Trump has asked for more time on the U.S. economy as it contracted for the first time in 3 years. Look at that. Stoking recession fears. He said the figure was misleading because companies had stockpiled imports ahead of his imposition on tariffs. Trump, however, said $8 trillion of inward investment had been promised. And you know what they say about a promise? It's a comfort tour, which he argued would restore American manufacturing prowess. You can't run a country on promises. You can't run a business on promises. Do we have inked deals? I can promise you all I will show up at 9 o'clock. I don't have anything written in stone that I must show up. So y'all can be waiting for me at 9 o'clock and I decide, oh, well, I don't have a contract with them, so I don't even have to show up at all. That's a promise. Promises are broken all the time. Oh, Jesus. Somebody wake me up. This can't be real.
Let me out the group chat. I'm done.
Me. Okay. I need to have my tube start laparoscopically done, Dr. Sharon. You said to me, okay, I promise I'll be there. I'll be there. I got her hospital. So where's Dr. Sharon? Oh, she's on vacation. But she promised me. Did she put that in writing? No, but she promised me. Dr. Sharon bailed out for me. I said, oh, me gone on vacation. So we're running the country, I promise. I love it. I love it. Listen, we are the best. Jamaica, you are no longer God's favorite channel. Have a seat. Go sit down one side. You lose your spot. You lose your spot. You know, Jamaica and the US are always competing with each other. Always in competition, you know. The Americans don't like when the Jamaicans excel. They don't like. Right, stop, right. The Americans don't like when Jamaicans challenge them. You know, they don't like it. So they said, no, we have to find a way. We have to find a way to outshine the Jamaican. They want. Look a bit of Jamaica with less than 3 million people. No, man, we'll find a way. We have to conquer Jamaica. And see, yeah, we've done it. An inward investment of $8 trillion had been promised. Pay attention to the tenses. Had been promised. So it had been promised. So it's no longer. Just give him a little time, folks. Please. I need you all to have a little patience. It's going to turn around. You have to believe. You know, a lot of times things have to get really bad before they get better. A lot of times we have to hit rock bottom before we can start to climb up, because after rock bottom, there's nowhere else to go but up. So, folks, I'm asking you all, please have a little patience with us right now in the United States of America. We're getting it together. Things are going to work out for the benefit of the Americans. We said we're going to make America great again. And my golly, it is going to happen. Just be patient. CEOs of businesses, I know you're going to be losing some, revenue. And as such, with the loss of revenue, your profit margin is going to shrink. But don't worry. Don't worry. I got this. I got this. Don't worry. We got this. Leave me alone, please. Leave me alone. I would like you to leave me alone. You're not.
Well, a new government report out tonight shows the U.S. economy has had its worst first quarter in years. And today, President Trump blamed his predecessor for that. The Night Team's Jack Royer has this and more now from the Plex. Jack?
And Craig, you may remember that President Trump tried to claim credit for the stock market success during President Biden's time in office. But tonight, he is blaming his predecessor after dismal numbers for the first quarter.
Well, thank you very much. Please.
President Trump hosting business leaders at the White House, promoting investment in the United States in the future, while the president is looking to the past.
We took over on January 20th, and I think you have to get us a little bit of time to get moving, but this is the Biden economy.
President Trump denying the impact of his tariffs after the U.S. economy posted its worst quarter in 3 years. He's again blaming his predecessor.
This is Biden, and you could even say the next quarter is sort of Biden, because it doesn't just happen on a daily or an hourly basis.
The Commerce Department said the nation's gross domestic product, or GDP, which is the total value of products and services, shrank at a 0.3% annual rate during the first 3 months of the year. It's a sharp reverse from 2.4% growth during the final 3 months of 2024. Businesses stepped up imports during the first quarter, likely to get ahead of Trump's tariffs. And when imports exceed exports, that drags down growth.
Core GDP, and this is, you probably saw some numbers today. And I have to start off by saying that's Biden. That's not Trump, because we came in on January. This is quarterly numbers.
His advisors arguing that while the numbers may look bad now, it's actually a sign the president's tariff policy is working. But Democrats argue President Trump was handed a strong economy and squandered it.
Donald Trump inherited the strongest economy in the world, not a perfect one, but the strongest. And it's just taken him 100 days to crash it.
Meantime, a major advancement on one of the administration's key policy objectives, the long-awaited minerals deal between the U.S. and Ukraine, now done. What's become a crucial next step towards ending the war, the deal is expected to give the U.S. access to Ukraine's rare minerals in the hopes of continued U.S. support for the nation as they continue to battle Russia.
Today's agreement signals clearly to Russian leadership that the Trump administration is committed to a peace process centered on a free, sovereign, and prosperous Ukraine over the long term. It's time for this cruel and senseless war to end.
This comes after weeks of President Trump calling on Ukraine to compensate Washington for the billions in military aid and economic assistance for the country's fight against Russia. The president said Wednesday night that in theory, the deal means the U.S. will likely get more from Ukraine than it contributed. In the Plex, Jack Royer, 7 News 19.
I knew it.
The bugs.
I could have told you, Ukraine. I could have told you, Ukraine. I could have told you that you're going to be the one coming up short. But you would not.
I want to put a wager. The next quarter would be worse than this one.
Boom.
Guaranteed. Secondly, they have no cards in the Ukraine negotiation. They will take what Russia gives them. Russia is in full control of the Ukraine situation. And yes, the Russians don't really want to prolong the war. But whatever deal going through would be on Putin's term. Period. Because you have nothing to negotiate with. Ukraine cannot win this war, and they should have negotiated a long time. As a matter of fact, why did they anyhow? Hey,
Oh boy, does Biden live rent free in Washington? In his head, every day Biden can't even relax.
When he actually inherited an economy from Obama that had consistent growth, he took all the credit for the stock market. He took all the credit for the impact that his initial entry into office, that was the spill over from Obama. He took the credit for it. Now he want to give it back. And yes, Biden may not have been the greatest president or whatever, but the economy was doing well under Biden.
Doing better. I don't know. So in 4 years down the road, if at the end of the 4 years we are still in dire straits, is it still going to be because of Biden?
Stop. At that rate, we ain't getting to 4 years.
I don't know. I don't know. It's So you call business leaders to the White House. What's the purpose of calling them there? Why would you call a business leader to your home? Or to your office? Why would you call a group of business leaders to your office? Is it to dwell on the
No,
past?
I understand that. I understand that. You want to put pressure on them. You want to explain your path forward. You want to be in unison with them. And yes, they would make him all the promises. They would promise that they would bring plants. They would promise that they would do the same thing he do. But I guarantee you, and they might make some initial step, some initial outlay of some kind of stuff, some kind of deal with some land or something. And they would do that because they know the process is long winding and they could always renege on it. So of course they will take the photo, do the photo ops and promise him and stuff like that. They will do things like what Jeff Bezos do, where he come out and make a statement so that he gets some leverage over them to get probably some backdoor deal that will benefit him. But they really would not do anything. There is no sane business CEO whose bonuses depend on his company doing good is looking to make no major investment in this kind of climate. It's not even about Trump or anything like that. It's just that the climate is not conducive for doing business. You're flip-flopping on everything. You don't know what your policy decisions are. You have incompetent people in place that don't even know what's going on. It cannot work. No business people would do that. None.
According to the Associated Press, President Donald Trump on Wednesday acknowledged that his tariffs could result in fewer and costlier products in the United States, saying American kids might have $2 instead of $30. But he insisted China will suffer more from his trade war. The Republican president has tried to reassure a nervous country that his tariffs will not provoke a recession after a new government report showed the US economy shrank during the first 3 months of the year. And of course, he always blames his predecessor. That's okay. We get it now. We're accustomed to that. Well, he tells his cabinet that his tariffs meant China was having tremendous difficulty because their factories are not doing business, adding that the US did not really need imports from the world's dominant manufacturer. At least he acknowledged their position as a manufacturer, Mr. President, that they dominate the world in manufacturing. And he said, somebody said, oh, the shelves are going to be open. Well, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30. So maybe the $2 will cost a couple bucks more than they would normally. What on God's earth is going on? Johnny, you can only have $2. Okay? Only two. Pick two. That's it. No more. Just two. Joel, you can't get more than two squeaky toys. Just two.
What if you have 3 kids?
Sally. No. Just two.
I was watching I don't know what the other day, and they were speaking on this specific subject, and they were saying that he feels everything was going to be okay because he's seeing that people are purchasing. But what was said on the other side of that, or the back side of that, companies and people are purchasing things now ahead of the tariffs, and these numbers are inflated only because of that. We're going to see the real numbers once inventory falls or people can't afford to purchase said supplies anymore.
That's what Mr. President was saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on a Zoom call inside the volume.
Yeah. That's what Mr. President was alluding to. We're going to see the real numbers, the real effect. We're going to see it's going to get worse in the next quarter. No, sir?
This one toy manufacturer said she bought She bought stuff for the summer vacation, but she's also bought stuff for the Christmas rush. Like they showed her room and she didn't have space to walk. I was like, how are you going to even know what your inventory is? Because right now there's nothing that's organized to me.
There is a there is a company in North Carolina, I believe. They make winter coats, winter jackets. They stocked up. They started stocking up in January once he got sworn in. They're about, because I guess they had the foresight based on the things he was saying. And they already stocked up for winter. So they have stuff for the winter season already to get ahead. To get ahead. In other news, UPS to cut 20,000 jobs, close some facilities as it reduces amount of Amazon shipments it handles. According to the Associated Press, UPS is looking to slash about 20,000 jobs and close more than 70 facilities as it drastically reduces the amount of Amazon shipments it handles. The package delivery company said on Tuesday that it anticipates making the job cuts this year. It anticipates also closing 73 leased and owned buildings by the end of June. UPS said that it is still reviewing its network and may identify more buildings to be shuttered. Oh boy.
They won't need the employees because we won't have anything to ship. So they're just getting ahead of the game.
In other news.
Moments. The real impact of this, the tariffs and what's going on now, would not be felt until it would start in fourth quarter of this year. But you will feel the real impact by first quarter 2026. The reason I'm saying that is that everybody knew it was coming. So from the time you win, that's why companies was not paying out Christmas bonuses, and so they front load. They increase their orders, they beef up their inventory. So although it's down now, they're still riding on a lot of those stocks and stuff like that. Now, the shipments and so that's being canceled in this quarter because most companies thought somehow the Chinese companies would help them bear the brunt of the tariffs and share in the cost. But with China so adamant, and most of the companies in China is adamant that they're not taking on any cost related to the tariffs, there has to be a lot of cancellation of orders. Because you have stuff like where you have to prepay for materials, the manufacturers has to get all the stuff and so on. And the whole period of getting a basic shipment, let's say in textile, for instance, is about 3 months. Between placing the order, getting it here, getting it on the shelf, and so it's, between 1 to 3 months. So what happened is the cancellations now of the things people was ordering, let's say for fall or for even summer, because it's too late. By the time you get it, it can't have them. You will start to see those things taking effect. And now there is a pause in negotiations because if the American businesses expected the Chinese to back down and the Chinese are holding firm, then it means the American businesses has to take on the cost. So they could either reduce their order or cancel some of it. Either way, it would, if the demand for it here is high, we would have to see that playing out. So people are talking about the tariffs, but it's not just the tariffs. When the demand is higher than the supply, if we think inflation was high under Biden, wait another 2 quarters, and we're going to see the real impact of this inflation. We'll be in a recession. By third quarter, we'll be in a recession, 100%. But the impact of that increase in demand and limited supply, some people that have some stock, they will make some money in the short term, but it's not a long-term strategy. And even after it, if it takes too long to reverse it, you still have to make up for the shortfall before you could start going forward. Look at after COVID, things start back slowly and then it catch back up. So it will still impact you massively. I don't know if America has the capacity to hold on for that long, especially in cases like in the medical field and so on. That's critical. And you don't have that ready supply. You do not have a replacement supplier for a lot of things. It will affect the entire operations. And that in itself is a crisis. A yield.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. What we got? One more. Yeah, we got one more for you folks. VA research brought CT scans and pacemakers into the world. Now it's at risk of cuts. This one courtesy of NPR.
For NPR, and the following message come from Jarl and Pamela Moan, thanking the people who make public radio great every day, and also those who listen.
The Trump administration says it will cut more than 70,000 jobs, 70,000. Also, hundreds of contracts from the Department of Veterans Affairs. Now, this comes after Congress authorized close to $1 billion in research funding for the agency. The pacemaker, how we do liver transplants, CT scans, all of these innovations came from the VA. And as NPR's Quill Lawrence reports, scientists fear that life-saving research will be scrapped.
Stephen Finn started working at the VA in 1982.
I was a primary care physician at the VA for 36 years, up until the time I retired.
He saw patients, but also held various leadership posts, including acting chief of research and development. And in 4 decades, he got to see that research work.
Yeah, I mean, a big one was the management of prostate enlargement. You know, when I went into practice, the standard treatment for men with prostate symptoms was surgery.
But then VA research revealed that medication, alpha blockers, was just as effective as surgery.
And so instead of sending a patient to a urologist for a surgeon, I could prescribe a pill.
Dr. Finn can go on. He watched veterans and civilians alike start to get nicotine patches to quit smoking, new PTSD treatments, both through medications and other therapy. And just as importantly, VA research uncovered things that don't work. Former Chief of VA R&D Timothy O'Leary says the private sector has no interest in funding studies that might show that their new drug is not better than the old one.
Sometimes, and VA clinical trials have shown this many times, that new intervention really isn't any better. Well, pharmaceutical companies, medical device companies may not want to take the risk of that kind of outcome. But VA can take the risk because it's not in the business of selling drugs. It's in the business of doing the best possible job for veterans and the best possible job for taxpayers.
VA spokesman Pete Kasperowicz said VA is not planning to scale back its research mission, but is conducting a comprehensive review. And after initially calling a hiring freeze, VA paused that for research jobs, at least until June. Researchers say they worry that the public doesn't know how much U.S. medical innovation involves VA projects. Rashi Romanoff is with the National Association for Veterans Research. She's hoping the word will get out before the pause ends in about a month.
Investing in VA's biomedical and innovation arm is good also for America on the global stage. I think the pause has given us all a chance to be able to talk about that we should be doubling down in research investments.
But several researchers who NPR granted anonymity because they fear retaliation said the uncertainty means they're already losing critical support staff, like data analysts, to the VA's deferred resignation offers. And they're concerned that research projects that examine women's health or race-related health issues are likely to be cut, and that long-term projects could get interrupted, like the VA's Million Veteran Program, one of the world's largest genetic study groups. But the VA has promised massive job cuts, then pledged that none of those cuts will come from the VA's hundreds of thousands of frontline health jobs. VA has made no such pledge for medical research jobs. Quill Lawrence, NPR News.
Live from
Everything is up in arms. Yeah, you had said Trump asked about Harvard, responds with Harlem riots and very high black vote. Huh? John, what is this I'm seeing here? This makes sense? This makes sense?
I didn't send you anything.
No,
about-
you didn't send to me. I'm just going to you.
Oh.
Hold on a second.
Say to those who view your actions as an appreciate your time. Mr. President, thank you for your time. It's interesting that you brought up Harvard, because when people think about Harvard, what they're basically talking about is they're asking, what do you say to those who view your actions as an attack on academic freedom rather than a defense of fairness? What do you say to that?
Well, I say this: we had riots in Harlem, in Harlem, and frankly, if you look at what's gone on, and people from Harlem went up and they protested, Stephen, and they protested very strongly against Harvard. They happen to be on my side. You know, I got a very high black vote. You know that. Very, very high black vote. It was a very great compliment to me. I did criminal justice reform. I did opportunity zones for one of the greatest economic deals ever for the Black and Hispanic community. I got tremendous. They agree with what I'm doing with respect to Harvard. Harvard gets 4 or 5
Appreciate your time. Mr. President, thank you for your time. It's
$1 billion a year from the United States government in the form of grants. And they have $53 billion, and yet they don't treat the people right. They take foreign students, nobody knows where they come from, and they viciously hate our country. And I'm saying if we're going to give grant money, we want people in that school that are going to love our country, not people that are going to hate our country. They run a bad operation up there, and we have to get to the bottom of it. On top of that, they said they want to teach their students remedial mathematics. That's basic math. 2 and 2 is 4. And you say, well, Harvard's supposed to be so great. Why do people have to have remedial? That's basic, very simple mathematics. So we're looking into Harvard, but we give them billions of dollars a year, and that may very well stop. And that's up to the president. It's up to our government. We don't have to grant them money. We can grant that money to people that really need it.
Just in case our president does not know, I'm going to let the president know something. An international student, if they are not awarded a scholarship or a grant, they come here one of 2 ways. They pay one of 2 ways. Either by securing a loan, their parents put up some collateral, the country they're from, right? They go to the financial institution. If the parent doesn't have the wherewithal, they have to find someone in the community who can stand as a guarantor for that loan. All right? A lot of hold on, Mr. President. A lot of parents sacrifice and pay 3 times the money for their children to go to school here in the United States of America. So when you're going to say you don't know where these people come from, don't be fooled. Then you have another group of people who can more than afford it, and they happily shell out 3 times the money for their children to get an education here in this country. So understand this, please. It is not a drop in the bucket for the folks who come here, the international students who come here, whose parents have to find it one way or another to pay for them to get the quality education that they're deserving of. Anyway, go ahead, Mr. President.
First of all, these higher institutions make most of their money, a bulk of their money, a matter of fact, from foreign students, namely Indians and the Chinese. But I just wanted to defend Harvard. The remedial maths course they created, I think it was for the president, because I don't think he understands numbers too well.
Oh, yes, oh.
You know, the only reason he is again spewing this fear-mongering verbiage is because Harvard said they are not bowing down to the frackinackle, okay? If y'all don't know me, that's my word that I use when I don't want to curse, but I need to curse right now.
And you know what? I actually really commend them for not bowing down. I mean, like, how everyone's gonna bow down to this dictator who he said something and he do it, and it's not even right. He's wrong. You just gonna dismantle every system?
It's lies. Not even wrong. It's complete lies.
Cold coffee never tasted better. Why, oy. Oy, 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 oy. I don't know. I said this already. Beat me up, Scotty. Wake me up when this is all over. Wake me up, because right now everything.
I said it already and I will say it again. They will turn back everything. That would not continue for another 6 months. I could guarantee you. If that happens, we're gonna crash and burn. And at some point in time, if the technocrats in the government that's advising them don't do it, the business bros who was all up in the inauguration, because they only care about one thing, their money. And when it starts to affect their money, heads would roll. I'm telling you, this is not like the first time. And the thing is, right now, he has full control. So there is no excuse. And it's only so long you could blame Biden, unless you want to go back to Obama, to blaming Obama. But no, it's unsustainable. The policies are unsustainable. They make no sense.
By the way, China has opened the world's first AI hospital with 14 AI doctors. Dr. Sharon, them coming for your job.
They can have it. The backside, they can have it. Let me know when I'm tired. They can have it. Because people think medicine's all it's cracked up to be. It's actually not. Right? There's just a lot. There's people think it's so glorious. It's not. It's really not.
Dr. Sharon, I want to know what those AI robots are going to do when something is happening outside of the program.
Girl, because when the robot algorithm don't work anymore, let me know. Let me know how that works out for you.
Like those cars that we have, those unmanned cars, the one that was just kept driving around the airport and the person couldn't get out. What happened?
I mean, Kim Kardashian might be the first one to try, because everything AI, she's all up in that world. So she might try it and let us know.
Oh, Lord, I swear. I want to say something, but I can't say it.
Don't say a word. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Don't say nothing. Oh, we had this one. I totally forgot. Did you hear about the cow? Did you see the video of the cow that where's that? Buck down one Israeli policeman in Jerusalem? So the cow evidently got away and going down the street. So them, corner me, and the police. I don't know what the policeman come out to do to the cow. I mean, what you gonna stop right there? I don't know. But the cow said, "Where you go? Oh, move out of my way." Boom. Fuck him right now and trample over. That cow is an anti-Semite.
He gonna be on somebody's plate.
From now on, nobody eats beef because all cows are anti-Semites.
No.
He must have been speaking to the Chick-fil-A cows.
No oxtail, no cow cod soup, no cow head soup, No steak, no
Oh,
T-bone
Lord.
steak, no sirloin steak, no roast, no cow foot, no, not even leather. Uno wear. Away with the leather. Done with leather.
Was it a Wagyu cow?
We are boycotting all cows because the cow buck down one Israeli policeman.
Eat more chicken. Oh gosh, I don't know why, but that, as my mother say, oh, that sweet me so.
So are you? So listen to this. Okay. At least 2 passengers, this is according to the Daily Mail, at least 2 passengers were removed from an American Airlines flight flying from Sao Paulo to New York after a woman tried to storm the cockpit to confront the pilots over a delay. The video shared online shows the woman being restrained by flight attendants as a pilot opens the cockpit door. A male crew member tackles her to the ground as she threatens to kick them in the balls, according to the news. Moments later, a barefoot man in first class stands up and begins yelling at the crew in Portuguese. The entitlement. So the flight is delayed. Ladies, sit your ass down. Delay don't mean denial. That the delay might just be saving your life. If me know American Airlines like I know American Airlines, they will make up the time in the air. Don't worry about it, girl. They will make up the time in the air. Speaking from a very recent experience, you explained to me how American Airlines was able to take off from Miami International Airport and land in Montego Bay in exactly 1 hour. A flight that typically takes 1 hour, 15 minutes, and 20 minutes. I mean, I tell them like, as well. The flight left late. I will reach before the time.
They pad the time moment so that they don't pay the fees because they have windows within which to operate.
Yes,
so they pad the time to make sure that they don't have to cover the expensive fees for going outside of the window. So oftentimes the length of the flight they give is a padded.
But I tell you, Daniel, I'm not telling you no lie. It was literally 1 hour from takeoff to landing. I mean, I tell you, said the pilot, you can't, is one of two things. The pilot is either Jamaican or the pilot was in the Air Force, right? And why I say that? You see when we left Miami and the man a taxi from the gate, right? And he go down on the runway now to take the turn. You see when the man take a corner, the man go, they said, hold on, what did that man? I mean, I know how the plane never tilt to one side. I see as the man take the corner, I said to the man, and I'm going to lift up right here now. And so
Where you having the coffee cup?
I said, so down. I said, as the man take the corner, and go around on it and take it straight. Vroom, vroom, the man took off down the runway. The man lift up the plane in the sky. As I said, oh, that. And as I said, you know, man, I'm left at the dust quick and fast. And I said, the man are going, you know, and I hear me feel the gear shifting at the plane. And I said, man, I feel you now. The man turn on the turbo. And I said, by the time I could have said that, and it go ping, ping. And you hear the flight attendant, the man move through with them concession car through the aisle. And the poor woman, them couldn't even get it together. One woman said, oh my gosh. And beside, by the time I put on the drinks in front of you, but my time for them to take up a cup right in front of you because two tools, they fly over Cuba. And they hear ding, ding. Flight attendants, please prepare for landing. Marathon. When we check the clock, it's 1 hour. 1 hour. No, sir. No, sir. And this when you reach a Montego Bay in true Jamaican fashion, put it on, you know, a bottle for the runway. Oh, Lord have mercy. Made it there, though. Made it there. Made it. Is it time was a Jamaican. I was in the Air Force.
So you didn't get to see the pilot? Okay.
Man caught. I think he wanted to get to the beach. Instead, you know who I saw? And don't do it, moments. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't say it. Don't. And everything would be equal to talk. It was one of the flight attendants, a senior flight attendant that was when we were deplaning. Yeah, let me behave myself. Behave yourself, woman. Behave yourself. Behave yourself. But yeah, that flight was something else. You know, me accustomed to you take your time, you turn, you rest a bit, and then you take time go down. No, the man booked the kind of room and gone. You think, my friend, you got us there safe. That's all that mattered. That's all that mattered. No, nothing at all. It's the 80. I asked the same question. What rum are you drinking today? Nothing. A sauce of coffee. Sauce of coffee in the cup. 80. No lies. Pick up yourself, American Airlines. Yeah, but the passenger is out of order. You are going to ask them why the flight is delayed. Lady, flights are delayed for several reasons. Right? What is important is that you will get to New York safely. That is what should matter. I know there may be some inconveniences, but don't worry, you will get there. Jeez, I think that's it, folks. That's our last story for the day. We made it. We made it.
I'm glad we ended on a laugh today.
The solution is not to take Africans and move them to Europe. The solution is to free Africa from certain Europeans who exploit it and allow these people to live off what they have. This is called the CFA franc, a colonial currency that France prints for 14 African nations, and by virtue of which it exploits the resources of this nation. This is a child working in a gold mine in Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso is one of the poorest nations in the world. For Burkina Faso, which has gold, France prints colonial currency. In return, it demands that 50% of everything Burkina Faso exports ends up in the coffers of the French treasury. The gold that this child crawls into a tunnel to extract mostly ends up in the coffers of the French state. So the solution is not to take Africans and move them to Europe. The solution is to free Africa from...
Don't be mad at Ibrahim Traore for what he's doing for his country of Burkina Faso.
How long I told you France is a third world country, and unlike America, they don't even have a Gucci belt.
Oh, one more message.
I know I'm going to get a lot of hate for saying this, but it's something that I believe in deeply, and I think it needs to be said. This message is for all the European Americans who are currently posting all their cute little videos about how they're moving to Mexico and they just can't wait to start their new life. They just can't wait to move into Playa del Carmen, Yucatan Peninsula, Mérida, San Miguel Allende, all the beautiful places in Mexico. They just cannot wait. And my question is, instead of moving to Mexico, why don't you stay? For decades, your people have been in charge of this propaganda against my country, against my people. We are currently seeing a president who has a very racist, very aggressive, very violent war against my people. And you choose this particular moment in history to run like cowards, to run into the arms and the culture and the love, the humanitarian heart of the very same people your people are oppressing in this country. I would love to invite you to read a few books before you move to Mexico. everything you already know about your own racism and how to do better, white women. Hood Feminism. I think you should read this book. Very helpful. Angela Davis, Women, Race, and Class. Have you read an Angela Davis book? White Tears, Brown Scars. One of my favorites. I think you should read it. The Trouble with White Women. I think you should read this book. These two together, particularly, two of my favorites. I think you should read them. Against White Feminism, particularly interesting. White Fragility. I think you should read this book. I think that Americans don't see their narcissism in their actions. You sit here with your cute little high-pitched voices and almost an infantile tone with such virtuosity and kindness to say, we're just moving to Mexico because we love it so much. But I think that after you read these books, you might change your mind. And you might realize that what seems to you as an escape is the continued oppression of my people, the continued displacement of my people, a continued invasion of my country. Because when Mexicans come to this country, we have to do it the right way, or else we are destined to live a life here being slaves to a system of oppression that exists to benefit you. We are the people who clean your houses. We are the people who work out in the farms. The last people that you think about when you vote. We are the last people on your mind. You never move a finger when a Karen here in the US is mistreating one of my people. You sit in the background, laughing, giggling, pointing, but you never correct the behavior. You allow it. It's your narcissism. You don't hold each other accountable. I think that white women, this is your fight. And I think that instead of moving your whole families to Mexico to gentrify my people, to gentrify my communities, to displace my people, you should stay here and fight. Because the fight starts with you in your homes, with your family, because your sons grow up to be presidents of the United States. They're the cops who abuse us, not protect us. I think you should stay. You're cowards. Because you know, in my country, you will be loved. Because that's what my people are. My people are loving. My people are kind. We are hardworking. We're humanitarians. Maybe if you love Mexico so much, maybe you should stay out. Maybe you should. And I think that my country, Mexico, should do better. I think that just like the US asks of us, that we pay taxes, that we work, that we contribute, that we are given a green card that's conditional for 10 years and we must meet certain requirements, including a background check, that you should as well. We don't want criminals in our country either. We don't want people who are going to be draining our system either. We want people who are going to contribute, not people who are going to go over there and work online and make dollars and displace more Mexican people. We don't need people who are going to take their retirement money and buy a house in Mexico and then never contribute, never pay anything into Mexico. Do you know what that does to our healthcare system? I mean, you've had this narrative forever about us here in this country, but it doesn't apply to you when you go to Mexico. Read the books and stay out of that country, respectfully.
Viva Mexico. I sent it to you. I sent it to you, John. Viva Mexico.
Thank you. I have two of the books. It was going in and out for me, so I didn't hear some of the other books. I haven't read The Hood Feminism and The White Fragility yet.
Ah.
Absolutely. Effing-lutely. Correct.
Why are you running? Why? Hold on. What? Dr. Leslie, where you there? How me can I see you? Where is Dr. Leslie? Why can't I see Dr. Leslie?
She's there. See her. Didn't see her.
You didn't come on stage.
I don't see her. Okay, hold on. Young lady.
Miss how she name? Na 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 darling, na 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 na, and you're bubbling, you're bubbling, you're bubbling. Hey, check your temperature. Hello. Oh, my behind is so sleepy right now. You see, I have come to the conclusion that I cannot be up past 10 o'clock. Can't do it. What are you doing, man?
I'm laughing now that we have you in our presence.
Hey!
You've been busy?
I have
and
been.
Little Birdie told us that you've been busy.
Who tell you that? What birdie tell you that? Bird, wait. Only a bird talking to you? What bird is telling you my business?
A little birdie told us that you've been busy.
A mako bird. A mako bird.
We're keeping tabs on you.
Okay, well, keep your tabs. I hope it's just Oli and not the other administration.
No, it's not.
Okay, nothing. Miss how she name? Oh gosh. Na 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 na. Oi, let me bubble up. Hold on. And you bubbling. Oh, my back. Hey, my knee. Aye. Check your temperature. Okay. How you doing?
Leslie, how have you been?
Ooh, the color of my lips is coming back. I forgot to bring my sunscreen for my lips when I was on vacation. So my lips getting burned up.
You came back from vacation.
Yes, ma'am. And
You didn't see the hot girl. You didn't see the hot girl on the beach.
She showed off on us. Remember, she came into the live.
I was stunting on you, baby.
You know the Sakata tan? So you can't mess with me no more.
Oh, I saw you. Oh, I saw you in your water. I see you sit on the wall with your bumsy toward us and your back.
Yes. Oh, that too. I was like, excuse me. What?
I see she bumsy. I said, she showing the bum bum.
You can't mess with me telling me that I'm pale anymore.
Oh. Listen, and you was running through the water, going to the forest. I said, look, my girl. Papa, yoy.
100% natural.
Born and manufactured in Jamaica.
Made in Jamaica.
Did they charge tariffs for you to come back?
Thankfully, no. Thankfully, no. No, man.
Okay.
Glad to see you. Glad to see you.
Glad to see you too. I just woke from a quick nap, so I'm looking a little. Well, you know me. Let me show you what the look is. This is the look. This is the look.
How you look? How you look?
I look rough. I'm looking rough.
By the way, I saw a video. I don't know why it came upon my timeline as just posted when you posted it. I think it was in February. That hair matching that jacket. You were driving the car. You were giving one of your speeches, and you were driving in your car. Where you did that go? Me not know. But I was like, damn, look at her. Look at her. Look at her.
I wanted to say that when you're experiencing things that eat at your soul or seem to take away from your soul, pour back into yourself. Whether that is with connecting with other people, doing something you love, be it art or some other form of creative expression, and specifically creative expression. So dance, art, singing, playing an instrument. Pour back into your soul. Keep your soul fed. Because when your soul isn't fed, it gets angry. and you, how should I say, you wither away. So nurture yourself, nurture your soul. Fight the fight, fight the good fight, but nurture your soul in the midst of all of it. Remember to remain human. It's okay to feel. There's nothing wrong with feeling. There's nothing wrong with being angry. Anger is a normal thing. Jesus was angry. Jesus got angry, right? But don't allow it to eat your soul. Feed your soul, okay? I'm about to go get some soul food. So.
You remember that video?
Dang, girl, you was tracking me.
Listen.
I feel like Martin right now. Gina,
You know the funny thing? Because of these devices, listen to us. It's amazing. Remember yesterday, Dr. Sharon, when I asked you, when I said in the space, where Dr. Leslie and where Alexia? You remember?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when I came off yesterday, scrolling through, the first thing that popped up, Dr. Leslie.
Wow.
That video that she posted in February came up as just posted on my FYP.
That is wild. Wow.
Wow.
I mean, I'm glad it popped up.
That is wild. We're being listened to. Well, we know that.
Yeah.
Well, you should have seen me last night, girl. Ooh. It was a wonderful thing. It was a beautiful thing last night. My friend keeps saying, "Oh my God, you look good. You look good. You look good." I'm like, "You look good. We look good." She's 61. She's 64. I am 54. She's 10 years older than me. And she looked good. I'm 54. Because I was telling her, I said,
if you say so. Okay, if you say so.
I said, girl, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm an elder. She's like, girl, I am an elder too. And we're like marveling at the fact that we are this age. And I'm like, I feel like I haven't done crap. So much to do still, But
by the way, you have a crush in the chat. There is someone here who loves you.
You got money?
Do tell.
You don't see him. You don't see him. Even in the chat right now.
You got money? But I don't want no cheap love.
Let me see if he can come up. Let me see if he can come up.
I want big money love. Big money love. Give me the money, make me big money love. Don't give me no cent love. Me no want no penny love. Me want big dollar love. Hey, we long come again.
Let me see if he will come up. Let's send him the invite. Let's see if he can. See, and him just identify himself in the chat, From the U.S. Virgin Islands. Who is from the U.S.?
And he sings, Dr. Leslie. He can sing to you.
Yeah,
he sings.
Oh, Aziz.
Can he sing though?
Yes, he can.
Okay.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can.
Pull up, selector. Pull up. Let me hear you. Bring the tunes. Bring the big money tunes. Me no want no little penny song.
I cannot.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is Dr. Leslie.
That is Dr. Leslie.
I don't want no penny song. I want money. Bring the money song. Put it in the bank and bill. Give me money. Big. Yeah, man.
I'm done.
That's a new tune for you. You don't want no penny song. That's a new tune. You don't want Bob the Builder. Bob can only listen. So I met Nancy Pelosi on we did Tuesday. She's amazing. Can I just say, so I thought she was amazing before, but to meet her in person, we call her Little Nancy because she really is short. She really is petite. But that woman, I did not know there was a whole movement behind her investment. Yeah. So people people want to know which trades Nancy's making, and they follow it because she makes a lot of money in the investment in the market. That's the whole thing. And then I was walking. I think I was in the Cannon building on the hill, and came walking down the hall, just minding my business, coming from a meeting, and ran into, y'all know Jamie Raskin, Congressman from Maryland?
Yes.
Girl, he was walking down the hall. I said, no way, no way. So much. I ran up here and give me a hug. We hug each other. And he was cracking up so hard because I don't think he's gotten that response before. I said, you are the best. You know that? He's like, oh my God, you're so wonderful. I said, no, you're so wonderful. And my former Congresswoman, Stacey Plaskett, was his student. So I was like, Stacey is my girl. He's like, oh, I have to tell her that I saw you. So it was a really good day. Oh, and then walking through the tunnel from the Capitol to the Senate building, guess who walked through in her pink top? Bad built bitch. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Bad, what is it? Bad built.
Bad bill.
Beach blonde, big bad bill. Yeah.
Yeah, that. Her.
So you didn't run on her, girl?
I just looked at her with disdain. I didn't run up to her. If I run up to her, I would have run up to her and do one of that slap. You know the meme where they run up to you and just slap you? Should I get one of that?
Who else did you see? Who else was there?
I saw Ro Khanna. He's on CNN. He's from California. So we were walking and talking because I was lobbying, right? So we were walking and talking and telling him how to vote. And then I ran into my congressman, Suhas, who was amazing, so nice. And he's on board. The people we got to get on board are the Republicans. So we had a couple of Republican meetings. Who else I run into? Can't even remember. It was good though. It was a good meeting. Yes, Stacey Plaskett. I usually meet up with Stacey when I'm on the Hill. It was a busy because Monday was the first day they came back from recess, so it was a very busy day on the Hill. So
I was the one who blew you up. I said Dr. Leslie's on the Hill working on our behalf. I mean, she is out there doing the damn thing. And you were. So thank you.
And just because we love you like that, here's something for you.
Oh yeah. I see sunshine every time I look in your eyes, reminiscing about the way you made me feel. I know where I wanna be. If I went to apologize, I would admit I often think of you. Conversations overdue. Tell me, if I told you that I still love you, what would you say? Yeah. And if I told you that I still care, would you push me away? There's just something about you. Something about you. There's just something about you. Something about you. Every time I hear your name, got me thinking about the possibility of a future you and me. And I'm hoping that you feel the same way. I wear my heart upon my sleeve to show you how I feel. If I told you that I still love you, what would you say? And if I told you that I still care, would you push me your way? Yeah. There's just something about you. Something about you. There's just something about you. Something about you. Something about you. These lips and kisses like cherry wine. Stop and stare when I look into your eyes. Another glance, and I am mesmerized. I see your true colors, yeah. They look like sherbet skies. Moments with you, we like the stars are aligned. Destined to be the universe has conspired for me and you. Let's enjoy the ride in a sea of memories. Let's take the dive, oh my pretty little lady. Make me feel like I'm ready.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, you're hearing Z. Go with your bad self.
Okay. Oh, what you did there.
Okay. There are more too. There are more too. Where is he? I thought he was on stage. No, yeah, he has another one called Dominoes. He has one called Holding Back. Those are my two favorites. Sorry.
Okay.
He is a writer, a producer. He makes beats. He plays instruments. He plays instrument. I had the privilege of interviewing him when he first started. So yes, he makes he makes beats. He produces for my show, and he does. There he is. There you go. Come on, promote yourself.
Wow. Okay.
Oh man, thank you for the love.
And play instruments. Go ahead, tell them. You play instruments, so go on, tell them.
Yeah. I play keys, steel pan, sing, write, produce, all that. Yeah.
You acting shy. You blushing.
Why are you acting shy? You know you can play an instrument.
And
women like men who could play instruments. If you know you can play instrument, play the instrument. Say, I could really work a keyboard. I know how to press a key. I know how to make it hit a high C. You understand?
Wow.
You want me to have to bust the lyrics on you?
Oh man.
He has a very cute smile too, a very good looking smile too. The teeth, everything good.
The teeth good. Well,
the teeth good, the color good, the hue good.
You already know I think about teeth.
Go to his page, Dr. Leslie.
Well, thank you for the compliments. I appreciate it.
The teeth good,
And the love.
Ozzy is blushing.
I am, and Batman don't
he's
blush.
young.
And he's bilingual.
He's young.
You speak money language? What? You speak English and money.
Wow. We speak that into existence.
Hilarious.
It's a hot mess.
No, but Dr. Leslie, big up yourself. I was saying that I love your energy because you have a genuine energy, a light. Is like you bring positivity and good vibes everywhere you go. So that's what I was saying, So you always appreciated and big up yourself for all the good work that you're doing,
Hey, thank you. I almost bake a cake to you for that. Almost.
Oh, no, but he's right though.
Oy.
He is right.
He is right. You do bring a light.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, yes, she does. You're flooding me today. Go ahead, flood me.
Because I was just on a call with my manager. I told him I had an emergency. I had to go. And you done? No, I was on a call. I was on a call with my manager. And I said, yeah, and it was supposed to be finished, and he kept on going on and on. And he said, anything else? I said, no, I have to go. I have an emergency. I gotta go. And I told him I'm going on break. So, and here I am. No lies, no lies. I love your energy. He's absolutely right.
Yeah, it's infectious. It's infectious.
Oh, this is the only infection I want you to catch. The way
You know what?
things are going
I can't.
these days. And one of the things we advocated for on the Hill was just protecting our public health institutions. So everything that we've been talking about, just in the dismantling, and the word that I use with the senators and the congresswomen was gutting of our public health. And we talked about misinformation on social media, and I even brought up some of the stuff from Clubhouse on how we had rooms that was just filled with lies that literally cost people their lives, you know? The three major things we really talked about was Medicaid, Medicare, and public health. Because we know that Medicare, literally, there's been no inflationary compensation. So inflation has gone up and the reimbursement rates for doctors has stayed the same. And so if you look at the chart, it's divergent, right? Inflation goes up and compensation stays the same or goes down. And there's been no increase since 2001. Make it make sense. Why wouldn't you care about reimbursement for the care of the elderly? And not only that, in funding Medicare, it funds our medical schools, the GME. That gets money from Medicare. So when you think of Medicare, it's just healthcare for the elderly and the disadvantaged, et cetera. But it is also funding medical schools. They give money, and the medical schools are able to host residency programs. They're able to host and pay residents, and we already are in shortage, so it makes no sense. And then with Medicaid, cutting Medicaid funding is just crazy. So a few people are on board, and then we'll see what the rest does. So it's just stupid. But thank you all for flooding me. I really like being flooded. Contain yourself.
My mind isn't right.
No, it's not. It really isn't. I don't know where you went so scandalous with that one. So,
My mind, I need help. I do need help. I need help. And
it wasn't just you moments, because I heard something totally different myself.
What? On a nasty, on a dirty.
I accept that.
You stink and dirty. Hey. But everything.
Dr. Leslie.
Yes, honey.
One of your fans would like to know your last name. They're on YouTube right now, so they would like to know your full name.
They can drop their information. I'll find them on YouTube. Bad man, don't play that.
I can't. You know what? This is a good way to end, right? With a lot of laughter.
But moments, check this out. So, Capitol Police was in full force on Tuesday, and it was looking good. Honey, let me tell you. So I went up, I said, Ossifa. I do the Jamaican thing. I said, Ossifa, protect and serve. He started laughing. I said, can I take a picture with you? He's like, I can't post my picture. I said, but if I were to do a selfie and you were in the picture, he's like, that's fine. I said, well, you gonna smile for me? He was smiling so hard. He's like, no, I can't smile for the picture. I said, yeah, you're gonna smile. So I did it. I turned it around, did a selfie with him in the back. I said, look at you protecting the Capitol. And then I walked by and there was another one and he was so buffed. I said, Lord of mercy, look at what I see. And they were looking at me like, who is this mad woman with a big doctor thing on her neck? Yes, Ossifa. They were wonderful. My God, yeah. So that's it. Oh, you know that? But things are, there are things that we could find to, because there are a lot of things that we were talking about that weren't so fun. But there are also things that you could look at and say, oh God, that's a riot, or have a good time, or make a joke in the midst of seriousness, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that, and disarm people so that they do what you want them to do,
And
Yeah.
could you say there's some glimmer of hope for us with all the advocating that's going on? Do you think they're listening?
They are hearing, and the best thing you can do is to drop seeds and keep watering it, right? If you keep watering seeds, eventually root is gonna take place. Rooting will happen. But if you decide, you know what, man, they're not listening, I done, or you give up hope and you don't speak and you don't oppose the nonsense that's happening, then it will run rampant. But there has to be resistance. Without resistance, things will go rampant. So people are here, and we do have some Republicans that are voting, and they're seeing the nonsense that's going on, and they are afraid, some of them, but they are voting to protect Medicaid and Medicare. So I think that I am always a hopeful person, regardless. I'm a hopeful person, but I think the more we speak, the more we press, the more we show up, the more we present, we keep doing it, eventually rooting will take place, but you cannot be silent. Like, silence is not an option, but at the same time, knowing that resistance is not always loud. And when I mean it's not always loud, is there are people in the front line making a lot of rah-rah, right? But they're not doing anything. Sometimes it's getting to conversations with people in private, and listening to them, and not being quick to dissent, but listening and asking questions to understand, not asking questions to rebut. The moment you're rebutting, guess what? You lose them. They're not going to listen. So paying attention and listening more. We have 2 ears for a reason and 1 mouth. You swear some people had their mouth on the side of the head, but anyhow, we're slow to speak, we're quick to listen, and we're slow to anger. And I think we get more accomplished that way. I remember one time, it didn't really work, but Ted Cruz in the hallway, this was maybe 2 years ago, and I stopped him and I said, you have to at some point put people before politics, I said, this game that you're playing, I really don't know what your end game is, but you're not helping your constituents, and you're not helping your community, you're not helping yourself. And I said, I hope at some point sensible will be sexy, right?
Right.
He heard me, but I don't know that it did much good. But I know that he's opposing the tariffs now. So, wait, you have an actual bell? What the heck? Ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell for justice, ring the bell.
And it says, I can't even right now.
Ring the bell.
That's what it says. I can't even right now. But yeah, you know what, Dr. Leslie, we want to keep you encouraged, and we want to say thank you so much for all that you are doing, for being the voice of those of us who can't speak. But to be able to represent those of us who know we will go ignored, right? And to be using your position, not just for your selfish gains, not at all, but for you're creating a movement. You're working on behalf of the people, which I wish politicians would do, because without the people, they wouldn't be where they are.
I am doing nothing, it's really a collective, but I hear you, but it's really a collective, and it's many voices speaking as one. And I think when we recognize the power of one, right? And meaning having one goal, one large goal that we're working towards. Unity. We might do it differently, but it's one. The power of one. It's unity, not uniformity. This is Dr. Leslie, and I approve this message.
Moments with me, and I also approve this.
Ew, well, I don't have a sexy radio voice like that.
Oh, look at
Right?
Not bother with it when you're ready for all your voices. But thank you so much. YouTube, let me go ahead and shut down on YouTube first. AT, thank you so much. Mad Libra, and I want to say thank you to all our YouTube viewers. Thank you for being a part of Coffee and Toe Live. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, God willing, 9:38. I'm going to try for 9:34. Please forgive me for today. We were partying too hard over here on TikTok up until 10 o'clock this morning. So I do apologize. Forgive me. Tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, we will be right back with you for another episode of Coffee and Toe World News on the Go. Until then, please walk in love, spread love. Coffee in Toe is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.